2016, I was again transferred to the provincial serious and violent crimes unit.
In all of your years in the police services, have you noted confessions in the past?
I have, my lord.
On the 5th of March, on the 5th of March, you were requested to assist in a matter, is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Do you recall who contacted you?
I was contacted by my provincial head, Brigadier Anana, my lord.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to come to Saldanha to take a confession, my lord.
What time did you arrive in Saldanha?
I arrived in Saldanha, I think it was about 8:30 this morning, my lord.
And where did you go to? When you got to Saldanha?
I went to the police station. I heard afterwards it's the sea border police, but I went to that building, my lord.
Prior to this, did you have any role to play in any investigations in this matter or interview with any witnesses up until that point?
No, my lord.
Tell us what happened on the 5th of March at sea border.
My lord, when I arrived at the police station, I was told that the accused is not there, that they are at the hospital. So I went to go get something to eat, my lord, and came back. When I came back, I was shown the office where I was going to take the confession, my lord. And that is where I waited outside the office and prepared the office, my lord. And afterwards, when the accused arrived, I was inside the office and the accused was brought to me. Accused number 1, my lord, Jacqueline Apollos. And that is when I took the confession, my lord.
Now, we already received the video on Friday with Warrant Officer May presenting the video.
Yes, my lord.
Because I can see the technology has not been set up this morning, but we don't have to show the video again unless it's absolutely necessary.
Yes, indeed, my lord. I do, however, want to hand you the document itself, Colonel. Can you please have a look at this? It has already been entered into the record as Exhibit KK. Is that the document that you completed on the 5th of March?
This is the document, my lord.
And we saw from the video that as you proceeded in the taking of the statement, you had Jacques Apollos sign as you went along. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
In fact, from the video, we could observe that you sat rather closely to Mr. Apollos.
That is correct, my lord. As I'm sitting now, the accused was sitting on my right.
Correct, it within an arm's length.
Correct, my lord.
It's further correct that from the video we could observe Mr. Apollos looking at what you were writing. Is that correct?
That is correct, so my lord.
And it was done very meticulously because as you wrote, he was watching and then he added on as it went about. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
We also noted from the video that you afforded Mr. Apollos the opportunity, or when it came to the inquiry about his injuries, you actually documented that?
I did, my lord.
And you even had the videographer take note of those injuries. In fact, the videographer zoomed in when it came to it.
That is correct, my lord.
What was the explanation given to you by Mr. Apollos as to how he sustained those injuries? Do you recall? Or do you want to refer to the document?
I can't recall the exact words, my lord, but I will just have to refresh my memory. But I know that the accused had an injury on the left eye, I think, on his wrist and on his knee, my lord, but I'll just confirm. Yes, my lord. On page 13 of page 26, I asked the accused, it was in Afrikaans, my lord, that I asked him if he had any injuries, and his exact words were, my rechtervoet geswik,
My right foot twisted,
linker knie gekap,
left knee knocked or pumped,
en linker oog was rooi.
left eye was red.
We also noted from the video that you made a very concerted effort to take the accused into your confidence and asked him to tell you if there was anyone that forced him to say whatever. Do you confirm that?
Just one moment before you move on to that.
Certainly.
Because that's also apparent from the video, and it's noted that on each of the injuries, the accused was asked, how did you sustain these injuries? And it was noted by the colonel.
Indeed.
Just
correct.
for completeness before we go to the next one. So it's bottom of the page, 13. So next to each injury, then the explanation provided by the accused was then entered. So if the witness can just also place that on record.
Certainly, my lord. Colonel, you've heard the Honourable Court. Do you want to please indicate what your notes were on that?
Yes, my lord, by voet geswik,
Twisted my foot.
his answer was, toe ek uit die polisievan spring.
When I jumped out of the police van,
Linker knie gekap by polisievan toe ek inklim.
bumped the left knee against the police van when I got into the van.
Linker oog seer gemaak teen die muur
Injured the left eye against the wall
toe ek gestruggle het teen die polisiebeamptes om los te kom.
when I wrestled with the police to free myself.
Thank you. Now, throughout this entire interview, you've already placed this on record. You communicated in Afrikaans, correct?
I did, my lord.
How would you describe...
Can I just clarify?
So,
What struck me, Colonel, and now that I know that you worked in Joshlin in your earlier life, it makes a lot of sense to me. You spoke to Mr. Apollos in a very informal way and broken down, simplified everything in slangs often as is used on the street.
Yes, my lord, I try to get to the level of the person I'm communicating with.
So it's not the highfalutin Afrikaans that's in the form.
No, my lord.
It was simplified and sometimes using slang words to describe it.
I tried my very best to explain and to, how can I say, om op die vlak van die persoon aan wie ek praat te kom, my lord, because sometimes people won't understand if you speak this high English words or high Afrikaans.
To be in a level of the accused, my lord, because one might not understand the English contained in the form.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you, my lord. That was an attempt to make the person that you are interviewing comfortable and at ease. Is that also?
And to understand them, that is the most important thing, my lord.
And whilst you were interviewing Mr. Apollos, how did he come across to you? What were your observations of him?
My lord, he was at ease, as I can say. He was not nervous or he didn't look scared to me, my lord.
What I want to take you to is the question and answer part. That is after page 19. That is the time when you had certain questions that you wanted clarified.
Correct, my lord.
In those questions that you put to him, those answers that he gave were after you inquired about certain factors that you needed clarity on, correct?
Correct, my lord.
Those came from him freely. He was at ease when he gave you those answers. We saw from the video. Confirm all of that?
Correct, my lord.
What would have happened if at any point he said to you, he doesn't want to proceed with this, that he was forced by someone to say these things? What would you have done?
I would have stopped, my lord. I explained to him, I think in the beginning, that at any time he has the right to say, I want to stop now, and then I would have stopped.
What would you have done if he told you that he was told by someone what to say to you? What would you have done?
I would have noted it on the form, my lord.
And the whole process would have stopped, correct?
Correct, my lord.
Has that happened in the past, in your experience, where someone does not want to proceed with the confession?
No, not that I can recall, my lord.
And once this process was completed, what did you do with this document?
I gave it to the investigating officer, Captain Lombard, my lord.
What became of Mr. Apollos? What happened to him after you completed it?
Mr. Apollos, I gave back to the police officials that brought him, and that's when I left, my lord.
My lord, I don't intend taking the witness through the entire document. We've already seen the video, and he's confirmed the contents. At this stage, that is all I have for the witness.
Document is now formally entered as Exhibit KK.
Yes,
And
indeed.
it was,
Provisionally.
It was only the video that was confirmed by Warrant Officer May, and this document was provisionally admitted until confirmed by Colonel Pretorius.
Indeed, my lord.
Did you get the original of the medical examination by Dr. Zimmerman?
My lord, what we think happened to that document was that it's in Ms. Swanepoel's box. When she returns, we will uplift that and supplement the court
Don't
file.
forget about it.
We won't, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harrelson.
Thank you, my lord.
In the meantime, Captain Lombard, I think, are you going to set up the... So you can just you can start with the other issues, Mr. Harrelson, and then hopefully by the time you get to the video, if needs be, we should be ready. I can see it's on the screen there, it must just be projected. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you comfortable with that microphone, or should we place it more at a better angle for you?
Thank you, my lord. I think that will be comfortable. Morning, Colonel Pretorius.
Mornings.
I want to start with your position that you hold now as Lieutenant Colonel in the Serious and Violent Crimes Unit. I'm correct that your office is in Cape Town?
Correct, my lord.
And is that the office that I'm aware of there on the corner of Barrack Street and some other street?
That is our, may I say our head office, my lord, but I am sitting in Makassar.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sitting where?
In Makassar.
Makassar.
Correct, my lord.
Have you had, before you came and was instructed to attend to this so-called confession of Mr. Apollos, have you had contact or spoken to Sergeant Johnson and Constable Sekobi?
I know Sergeant Johnson, but I don't know Sergeant Sekobi, my lord. But
Constable.
I didn't speak to them.
So you never spoke to any of the two?
Are you talking about that morning?
Close to or before, within a short period of time before you were asked to handle this statement of accused one. You haven't spoken to any of them?
Now, my lord, they are seated in Cape Town at that building. And I don't go a lot to that building, so I didn't even see them.
Okay. I want to call on your memory. Unfortunately, we don't have the video there now, but I'm sure everybody who's viewed it, I viewed it a few times. When we viewed it, I did make a mention, based on record, that right from the beginning, Mr. Apollos' right hand, which was closest to the video operator, was visibly, in my opinion, swollen. Did you notice that?
I'll have to look at the video. And I just want to...
My lord, I did place it on record when the video was playing for us.
Yeah, I made a note of it. Warrant Officer May. Um, 11:37. 11 minutes 37.
Yes, that's when at that specific time I made a notice. It's actually any time from 6 minutes.
Because we can go back and forth. on the video, but that's the point.
Yes.
Roundabout, if we start at 10 minutes in, we should be fine, because that's when we see the hand. I didn't zoom in on it myself, but I made a note of the time.
Yes.
When you mentioned it, I asked the prosecutor to give me the timestamp, and I made a note of it.
Yes, my lord. I submit that if one views it, it's also clearly visible any time from 6, even before 6 minutes onwards.
But it seems to be the projector is not on.
May.
I'm informed the projector's warming up.
Oh, the projectors will be on.
Maybe I can just proceed slowly roll with
So you can warm up in the meantime until the projector is warmed up enough.
Yeah.
And then
Thank you, my lord. Colonel Pretorius, now we're going to try and view it in court here. I'm asking you again to delve into your memory. I haven't seen any note or anything written on Exhibit KK that you have noted a swollen, at least a swollen right hand. You don't recall that?
I don't recall it. I didn't notice it, my lord, and I see the accused also didn't complain about it.
And do you expect an accused to complain about what is wrong with him? You don't take the initiative to visibly look at what's wrong with him?
My lord, I could only see his eye that was red, that was very visible. And the others, I asked the accused to show me the other injuries he had, my lord.
While we're there, you obviously didn't notice.
oh, there we go. Now we need to dim the lights, I think. Just see whether is there any way to zoom in on the video?
My lord, I think the sun from outside
Yeah, no,
is
that's
making
the
it
glare.
difficult. Yeah, it's making it difficult.
But Colonel, a still part of the video is currently on the screen behind you. I know you can't see it. If you can just maybe, if you want to go closer to the screen, you may also do that. So one can see the right hand of Mr. Apollos. And Mr. Harmse says it's his impression that that hand is swollen. If you can just have a look at it. Where the arrow is pointed.
I'm not sure, my lord. I can be, but I can't say.
My lord, maybe if I may suggest that I place my laptop in front of the colonel.
In the witness.
In front of the witness.
In front of the witness, that will be fine.
If I can just find the video quickly, my lord.
Yes. Yes, you may do that. If you can just give me the exhibit number, I can find it, of Dr. Nell's examination of the morning.
It's AA, my lord. I think it's exhibit AA.
Did you find it?
I have it, my lord.
Certainly. Can somebody maybe just assist? Are you going to take it there yourself? I think that's
if I
better.
may.
Yes,
If I may.
certainly.
Thank you.
Just don't trip over the wires. So, Mr. Harms has taken his laptop. Just for the record, I'm describing what's happening. His laptop to the witness stand. The witness is now having a close look at the still on the screen, where Mr. Harms can point out to the witness what he's referring to. Good. Good.
Thank you, Your Lord. I've got the video on from the beginning. I just wanted to let Colonel Pretorius have a look. Are you managing there, Colonel Pretorius?
I am, my lord.
I would also submit that it's clear on the video that there's a mark on his wrist as well, which could have been from handcuffs. Do you see the swollen right hand? It's visibly swollen.
I'm not sure, my lord, but I can see now there's a mark there
On the wrist.
The mark on the wrist.
on the right, yeah, my lord. That day I didn't notice it.
Can you see his hand is swollen?
I'm not a doctor, but I can't say if it's swollen or if it's just a mark of the handcuffs, my lord. But I can see there is something.
What I'm specifically referring to is on the backhand, from the knuckles in the direction of the wrist. That part is quite rounded.
It looks like it, my lord.
Thank you.
Can we move the laptop, or you want to keep it there?
I can, my lord, maybe we should just leave it there.
Yeah. Are you comfortable with the laptop in front of you?
I am, my lord. It's fine. Thank you, my lord.
And I see you can maneuver it yourself with a mouse.
Yes, I can, my
Good.
lord.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. So it would seem to me that, as you've mentioned just now when I've asked you, you do not go to much trouble to visibly ascertain whether an accused has injuries, seems uncomfortable. Is that correct?
No, my lord. He didn't complain about it. What I saw his left eye was red, and the other injuries I asked him to show me, and he didn't show me that injury, my lord, or that swelling.
With you mentioning the left eye was red, I submit that it's very clear that the left eye was more than just red, it is quite swollen too.
Yes, my lord, but it was red. To me, it was red.
Yeah, the inside of the eye.
Correct, my lord.
Yes. You obviously know that when an accused, at that point in time when it is time for a confession, he had already been arrested. You agree with me?
Correct, my lord.
Yes. So I submit to you, when you gave evidence now, I put it to you, when you said he was at ease, I can say he was not nervous, not scared. I disagree with you strongly. If you had a good look at the whole video, it, to me, is very clear that Mr. Apollos was very concerned. You didn't see that?
No, my lord, to me he was at ease.
I find it strange. You have a lot of experience, but you say that what I also find interesting is that your evidence that you said you've never had a situation where an accused somewhere along the line stopped and said, no, I was unduly influenced or threatened or injured, and then mentioned it to you, and then you stopped the confession. That's never happened.
It did not, my lord.
No. The question is, from your evidence, you never had the experience that halfway through a confession or a statement, the accused says, no, but I've been told that was your evidence by somebody else what to say, or I've been assaulted or unduly influenced, that you had to stop the interview.
No, my lord, I never had it.
It's a pity we don't have the video now
It's there.
properly, but if you go to...
It's there,
Yes,
and he's got it in front
Yes.
of him on your laptop.
Colonel, would you be able to move that video on to the time 00:19:12?
Okay, so we're also going to ask the one on the screen to be moved there. Do you want the audio as well? Or do you just want the
If the
visuals?
audio is available, it'll obviously help a lot, because I'm going to refer to what was being said there. And that part, my lord, if I may stop now.
Okay, pause.
Colonel, you would have noticed, and you obviously won't remember, but if you look at that again, you will see when you asked him, Mr. Apollos, if he wants to proceed, will he voortgaan? He gently shook his head first, as if saying no.
So, just a moment. So then we have to go back because I didn't look at it for that.
And
Just a moment. Let the video be played. Is that-
I noticed it again, my lord.
Okay. So, to me it looks like nodding.
It looks like left to right, my
Oh,
lord.
well, then you and I may be looking at it differently.
Can we have a look at that again, my lord?
The way I see it, from my vantage point, it's nodding up and down, not side to side.
May I have it played again, my lord? Just
Yes, you can play it again.
Thank you.
Remember, the accused is sitting with his head angled to the right.
Tilted, yes, my lord. There, my lord. First he nods and then he...
I don't see the side to side,
Thank you, my lord.
but you can argue with that
Yes.
later. But what I see is nodding up and down.
Then, Colonel, your words to him was...
Just one moment. I just want to make a note. So the note I'm writing for myself, Mr. Harmse, is that I have to look at the video again and look at it up close. So what I'll do is, maybe still during the course of the day, when we have a short break, or this afternoon when I get home, is to play it at a slow speed.
Thank you, my Lord.
At a quarter of the speed, look at it frame by frame. If from where I sit and with the glare, it looks different, then we leave that for argument, but I will have a look at it.
I'm indebted to you, Lordship. Colonel, while we're on this point, what is your take on that? What do you see there with it on the laptop?
I don't get it, my Lord, but he answered yes, he answered yeah, when I asked him the question.
Your words then were to him in Dartpraat, so he said something, but we couldn't hear it clearly. Is that correct? Do you agree?
I'm not on
Just play it again. Because I could hear what you said.
Can I have a look at it?
Certainly.
Dat die betekenis wat die aangeeft kan kinderen worden verstaan. Wat die nog steeds volgen. Ja. Nou, akkurat, ik kan nog niet wat volgen.
I could hear from where I'm sitting now.
He said yes.
Ja, meneer.
Yes, indeed.
And then afterwards ons kan voortgaan.
The next point I want to just, my Lord, and Colonel Pretorius want to go to is 00.27. 00. Colon 27. 07.
Are we at, is that the place, Captain?
Are you there?
So it's at 27 minutes. Are you playing from 26? All right, so let's start from 26 then.
Pero como de no viene lo para no hacer, como de der agua. Ja, das und organisieren.
Captain, my point that I'm trying to, or the aspect I'm trying to point at there is that when you asked the accused, after he confirmed he had already made a statement, you asked him why does he want to make another statement, and he took a long pause. He waited a while.
That's correct, my Lord.
So it wasn't just freely coming yes, and then his words were after his thinking. He said, om te bewys dat ek die waarheid praat. You do see that and remember that.
Correct, my Lord.
You will always also remember and notice that when you asked Mr. Apollos whether he already made a statement,
It's page 11 of 26.
yeah, page 11. His answer was gisterand meneer aan 2 polisiebeamptes by Saldanha. Hierso wat ons nou is meneer. You see that?
Yes, my lord.
You didn't ask him anything about who these policemen were and what he had said.
No, my lord.
I also want to just, if I may, my lord, then go back to page 10 of Exhibit KK. What I also found interesting is on page 10, more or less in the middle of the page, the English question is, do you expect any benefits if you make a statement? Afrikaans verwag jy enige voordele as jy 'n verklaring maak, en his answer was, asseblief meneer. You with me there?
I am, my lord.
Then your question, Colonel, was, wat se voordele, en he answered, as die hof miskien vir my vrylaat om te beskerm teen die gemeenskap. Now that you wrote twice. Now, did that not ring alarm bells as to a confession being made, and he's actually expecting some advantage or benefit?
No, my lord. What I understood by his answer was that he wants the court, if the court release him, to protect him against the community.
Yes, and that would be his benefit.
But it's not a benefit that he wants to be released, or he wants to become a witness or something.
Isn't that for argument, Mr. Harms?
That will definitely also be left for argument, my lord. Thank you.
And just to return to the comment you made about it being written twice. You will recall, as I'm sure you also went through the video with the fine-tooth comb. I can see that when he asked a follow-up question on the asseblief meneer.
Yes, my lord.
So when he got to the next question, where the question would have been, if so, what benefits? Then the colonel says to him, he's just going to write the same answer because he had I've just asked you the question.
Yes, I noticed.
And you answered that. So that's the reason why it's duplicated, and it's explained in the session to the accused. I'm not going to write it here because I've asked you the follow-up question and it relates to that.
Thank you, my lord. I'm not going to return to the video, Colonel. It was pointed out by myself and placed on record. So,
can we remove the picture on the screen now, if you're not going to return to the video?
Well, what I wanted to deal with further, I've already asked the Colonel about when Mr. Apollos walked around to
to the videographer
to the videographer's
for the
side.
pictures.
I just want to confirm again, you couldn't see him walk behind you to the videographer, correct?
No, my lord.
You didn't know.
He walked behind me, so I...
Yes, he walked behind you. And I put it on record, and I'm saying it again, that it was very obvious that he was crippled. Walking crippled, I would say.
I couldn't see, my lord.
Colonel, I'm not going to be much longer with you. I do want to go to one very important aspect, though. If you can turn to the questions part.
I think it starts on 19.
If we can have a look at
The
page...
real question starts on 20, but the whole issue of that he's going to ask him questions, or he wants to ask him questions.
Yeah.
That's on 19, and then the questions starting with the 20,000 is from 20, and then on the Romeo.
Yes, my lord. I want to specifically go to the following page, which is marked page 3.
Yes, I have it.
Colonel, you very clearly stated that you have no knowledge, had no knowledge, and you also confirmed when I asked you, had you spoken to anybody who were involved in this case? You confirmed that you know nothing about the case, you are not involved. My question to you now is, about, if one counts, if you count, you have Exhibit KK in front of you on page 3. There's a number 3 on the page on the right side top of the questions. If you count the lines from the bottom, the last line is antwoord nee meneer, and we count that as 1, then we go up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's a vraag at line 9 from the bottom.
Just give me the question so that I can find it. If you read the question, I'll be able to find
The
it.
question in Afrikaans is vraag, Joshlin het nie skool toe gegaan daai dag nie. Are you there with me?
So that's the third last question on that page.
Indeed, my lord.
Yes.
Are you there with us, Colonel?
I am, my lord.
Yes. Now my question to you is, why did you ask that question?
My lord, when the accused made his statement to me, and I think he talked about early in the day, so that is why I wanted to, it just bothered me as to if the child was in school, where, how can it be that time of the day?
You see, Colonel, I've gone through this statement that you wrote down very many times. And the times that are being referred to by Mr. Paulus. On page 17, he says, omtrent so 1:15 He referred to Kelly that came back and went back to, after lunch, went back to work. And her instructions, according to what is written here, the contested version is that Kelly would have told him after she goes back to work, then he must take Joshlin over to Makalima. Now that would be well after, or at least after 1 o'clock. You with me? You agree with what I'm saying?
No, Mr. Armstrong. Your reading starts maybe a bit later, and then you place the 1 o'clock before the incident described. If you go to page 16, you go to the 5th line from the bottom. It reads, en toe die maandag meneer, toe Raquel Smith van die werk af vir lunch huis toe kom. Dit was 12 uur past 12 sekund, wat sy die werk vir lunch kom. Toe sê sy vir my, dat sy het klaar gepraat met Makalimo en ek moet vir Joshlin omvat na Makalimo as sy terug gaan werk toe.
Indeed.
And then of course we skip a little bit and then it says omtrent so 15:15 na 1 uur se kant het Kelly, and then the question that was interposed there, terug werk toe gegaan.
Yes. That's what I'm referring to.
So the discussion started at about 12:12. She only went to work shortly before 1.
Yes.
So your statement to the witness is, this must have been past 1, and that's why I interjected.
Yes, my lord, maybe I should just rephrase that, because
just rephrase, because
Colonel, you heard the discussion now. What I'm mentioning, saying to you, putting to you, about just before 1 o'clock. That's the time that Kelly had now already gone back to work. You can see what Mr. Apollos is saying, and he had apparently instructions to take Joshlin to Makalima's house, and that would have been then after, or around about 1 o'clock. You with me there? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, my lord, but
Yes, so what I was referring to about why did you ask Mr. Apollos, not ask, you actually told him. Your question was actually a statement. Joshlin het nie skool toe gegaan daai dag nie. Now putting to you is that in the time context, in the first place you didn't know whether Joshlin was school going, and in the second place you didn't know if she was school going when her school would have been out. She would have come home. Correct? You with me?
my lord, according to me, it's still during school hours. According to me, it's during school hours. 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, I think the school is not out at that time. That's why I asked that question, my lord.
I put it to you that I still do not accept, you're not convincing me as to why you asked this question. Putting to you that this, in my mind, shows that you had some information, because there was a big thing about the fact that Joshlin, and for that matter Requin as well, didn't go to school that day. You've never heard that before?
No, my lord.
At the end of the video, after the questions, My Lord, I submit, there are things being said, and I've got it written down here after the final question on page 3.
Can you just pause, Mr. Adams? So there were 2 places that I made a note.
Yes, my Lord.
It was with the question of wie is Makalima,
Yes.
waar bly sy, wat doen sy?
Yes.
And the answer was, ek het die adres gisterand uitgeken, meneer. Sy koop klomp goed by almal in. It's a little bit more on the question and the answer on the video.
Yes, my Lord. I wrote down here that I heard that Mr. Paulus said sy bly in Middelpos, and then something about Sangoma, and that's not written down here.
And then at the very last question, there was also something more.
Some communication, words exchanged and not written down. I've got on here Sunday of Maandag.
So we can go to the questions and answers, unless of course you just want to ask the Colonel about it.
I will ask him first, my Lord.
But it might be that it would be better to go to those spaces. It's close to the end of the video. Did you maybe make a point of where it was?
Yes, at 1 hour 28 minutes, my Lord.
1 hour 28 minutes. Is that going back to the question about Makalimo?
Yes, no. That's after the Makalima question comes at 1 minute 24.
So let's go to 1 minute 24, 1 hour 24
sorry,
minutes.
1 hour 24.
I'll play it from there. Colonel, you may turn around if you so wish. If we start at 1:24, it'll give us a good idea as to
Smith en Joshlin en
next question. Can you just pause there for now? So the question, that's what you're referring to. Yes.
Thank you, my Lord. Colonel, we've heard now on your question, wie is Makalima, waar bly sy en wat doen sy? Mr. Paulus, which was not written down there, says sy bly in Middelpos, and then you also didn't write down what you asked after that, and you said, wat is sy, wat doen sy? Sangoma, you used the word Sangoma. Why did you use that?
I just wanted to know who this Makalima is, but I see I didn't write that question, my Lord, and I can't explain that one.
My question question, Colonel. Just listen closely. See if you can explain to the court, why did you use the word Sangoma?
It's only because I wanted to know who's this Makalima, my lord.
But Colonel, my lord, if I could just make one more. My Colonel, you could have asked him, you could have used the word electrician, you could have used the word cake baker, you could have used any occupation or anything. Why the word Sangoma?
My lord, the only explanation is because he told me that they sold. That's out.
But you would agree with me, and I put it to you, it's not just Sangomas that buy children. Child trafficking are not necessarily Sangomas. People who buy children are not by definition Sangomas.
According to me, it's Sangomas, it's buying children, my lord.
Then just on that, to round off, if we can go then to 1 hour 28, just want to if we can just listen to the few words at the end I've written down.
Karena Joshlin Smith perang saya bukan ibu kiai akan ibu je pada perang itu saya bukan Joshlin saya itu soal atau pada saya belum mesti saya makan di rumah perang di soal di mana di soal ini yang memang semua
Now, page 3 ends there.
Yes, my lord.
But I can still see the colonel writing.
Yes.
After this answer was given. It's not only near meneer, because near meneer is only 2 words.
Indeed.
And I was wondering whether there was a missing page, but I could also see on the video that he was writing closer to the bottom of a page. Did you see that, Colonel?
I saw, my lord.
Did you hear the further conversation?
I heard, my lord.
Good.
The police mentioned Sondag of Maandag. You mentioned Sondag of Maandag. I'm asking you, why did you mention Sondag of Maandag? Did you get it from a police? Because the answer there says, nee meneer, he says he didn't know when they spoke. And I heard you say Sondag op Maandag, then he said, ja meneer, die Maandag. I wrote it down. Your comment?
My Lord, I wanted to clear up whether it was the Sunday or the Monday, because the accused talked about the Sunday and the accused talked about the Monday. The accused first talked about the Sunday, that I think I wrote it down, that Kelly told him something about the child. And he talked about the Monday when they took the child.
The context was that on the Sunday, she told him about the plan, if one can call it that, and the reasons therefore.
Correct, my Lord.
Then at about 12 o'clock, the time that we dealt with earlier, when she came home, she told him, but she had spoken to Makalima about the money already.
That is correct, my Lord.
Thank you, my Lord. As to the injuries part and the absence of any serious decisions by Colonel Pretorius, I will argue that.
Certainly.
Thank you. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination, Mr. Herman?
Yes, my Lord, I do have one question following up from the injuries that were highlighted by Mr. Harrison. Colonel Pretorius, I'm not going to take you through the whole video. You have seen the video for yourself, right? Throughout this interview with Mr. Apollos, we see his arms comfortably on the table. You confirm that?
That is so, my Lord.
In fact, when he was asked to sign, he comfortably signed the documents, no issues, no complaints.
He signed with that hand, my Lord, and he didn't complain.
Thank you. I have nothing further, my Lord.
Thank you, Colonel. It seems to me, Mr. Adams, do you want your laptop back, or do you want to ask a question that you missed? You may ask the question.
I just want to put on record that my learned colleague saying comfortably is an observation that I find strange.
Both of you had made observations, and you will recall one of them I didn't agree with you. I take that whence it comes. When we'll deal in argument, we will deal with that. It's the matter of the way people ask questions. Yes.
Thank you, my Lord. May I just collect my laptop?
Are you scared he's going to leave with it?
I'm afraid it's going to fall off, my Lord.
Good. So, Colonel, just before you get up, Mr. Adams will collect the laptop. Now, I can understand that he's scared because it's hanging over to where you have to get up.
Oh, I'll catch it, my Lord.
So it doesn't slip.
Thank you, Lord.
Right. Thank you, Colonel. You may be excused. And safe travels back to Cape Town. Yes, Ms. Herman, do we have another stopper that can take us up to a time?
My Lord, Sergeant Fortain has been arranged for 11 o'clock. He is not here yet. That is the next witness I intend to proceed
on
with.
On what basis do you decide what time a witness must be here?
My Lord, he indicated last night that he had to fill out some documents and paperwork at court to enable his traveling. So he was going to start at his office and then return. My Lord, I also anticipated that
it could have been done over the weekend.
That was the difficulty, my Lord. He had trouble filling out the documents.
You see, I don't know whether you can hear that I'm actually sick. I don't want to waste time. Now, I know that Captain Siakui is here, but Ms. and Kabai need to consult. So I thought we'll go up to lunchtime. I'm not going to use court time for that. All of that will happen. Consultations and stuff will happen during the lunch break or after court hours. Because we on week 6, when I met with everybody before the final transfer to here, all the documents were already exchanged. The videos were already available on the first day that we came here, because you will recall the discussion we had in chambers about the missing video. We've handed that exhibit in last week. You say he's going to be at 11.
I will have my investigating officer just see how far he is, my lord, and have him hurry up as fast as he can be here.
What else do you have?
My lord, for today we have Fortain, and that should take us for the better part of the day.
No. Are there any further escort witnesses to be called?
My lord, I was to canvass that with Mr. Haramsa. I'm not sure if he's going to challenge that. If he doesn't, then I would ask that admissions be made so we can shorten the proceedings.
It's now 9:51. I'm going to adjourn till 10:30. In other words, it's going to buy like 40 minutes to deal with whatever needs to be dealt with, because that video is not long on the crucial part. If Fortain is here, we're going to start with Fortain. If Fortain's not here, and if there's an escort witness to be called, the escort witness must be here, because it's 40 minutes, it's enough time for people in the area to move. Otherwise, I'm gonna go on with Siekwi. So either, if the escort witness is to be called, the escort witness must be here. If Fortain is here, we can start with Fortain, because that will give Mr. Kabai more time, because Fortain will take a while, it will take at least a day.
Yes.
Otherwise, I'm going to run with what we have. We're not going to lose court time unnecessarily. At the same time, whilst you want me to sit and play with my fingers, you can discuss amongst each other what happens after Friday. As you're aware, I will not be able to be out of the Cape Town office for lengthy periods for the next 2-3 months. So I will proceed in Cape Town. Question is when. Next week, first week of term, day 1, might be difficult for me, having been out of Cape Town, given my administrative duties that I have to perform in the building. And Friday is Good Friday. So we're going to lose at least a day, day and a half if we sit next week. The week thereafter, the Monday is a public holiday, but we've got the rest of the week. So either we're going on the 14th, we might go on the 22nd. I want council to discuss it. Because my thinking was that we need to finish the trials within trials, get the argument done, get my order sorted, then we plan further, because then the parties will know which way they have to plan. So you can have those discussions as well. I'll see you at 10:30. Court adjourned. Let's move this thing out of my face. So it seems to me, Mr. Schmidlan is here. You may let the witness come in so long. Ms. Nkabai, if we interpose this witness, then we can go on with Fortain after that. I suspect he will still be busy by tomorrow afternoon. I would suggest that we then excuse Captain Siakwi. It will also give you the opportunity to do everything else. And then by tomorrow afternoon, we can inform him whether he should come back on Wednesday or Thursday.
Indeed, my lord.
Will that work for everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Thank you. You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you. The witness may be seated. Just give me one moment. Which number on the list of witnesses?
This is witness number 9, my lord.
9. So for the record, is the spelling correct? Schmidlan.
That's correct, Your Worship.
And it's Heinrich with the CH.
That's correct, my lord.
That's just for the record. You're going to testify in English or Afrikaans?
Afrikaans would be preferable.
Good, thank you.
As it
Mr.
pleases the court.
Zerman.
Thank you, my lord. Firstly, Warrant Officer Schmidlan, thank you for attending court on very short notice. We appreciate it.
Eerstens, Adjutant Officer Schmidlan, baie dankie dat u op bygewoon het op so 'n kort kennis gegeven.
Firstly, secondly, can you tell us how many years have you been in the service?
I have 26 years of experience in total. I've been stationed at Saldanha Detective Branch for the past 3 years.
Is it correct that you currently hold the rank of warrant officer?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to do this, Warrant Officer Schmidlan. Rather wait for my questions to be interpreted and then you can answer us, okay?
If the witness is going to testify in English, he said he will testify in Afrikaans, but I could hear it was going on in English. We will just have the interpreter sit behind the accused to do the Afrikaans, but if we swap to Afrikaans, then Mr. Yankees will translate into English.
Certainly, my lord. Warrant Officer Schmidlan, is it correct that on the 5th of March 2024 you were on duty?
Is het reg so dat op 15 Maart was hy aan diens gewees? Is dit aan?
Dis reg so, Uw Hoogheid.
That is correct, Edele. That is correct, my lord.
Is it also the first time that you're testifying in a high court?
Dit is ook die eerste keer dat die video gerig op getuig.
Dis reg so, Uw Hoogheid.
Correct, Edele.
Very
My
well.
lord.
So, please tell the court what happened on the 5th of March when you were requested to escort a suspect for pre-confession examination.
Vertel asseblief vir ons wat so gebeur het op die 15de Maart toe u versoek is om 'n verdagte te vergesel alvorens daar 'n bekentenis van hom gewees het op bekom is.
Ek was op die 5de Maart versoek om vir Jacqueline Apollos na die hospitaal te vergesel.
My lord, I was requested to accompany Jacqueline Apollos to the hospital.
Ek het om 8:38 die oggend vir Jacqueline Apollos by die seegrenseenheid ontvang.
About 8 o'clock, 8:30 the morning, I received Jacqueline Apollos at the sea border offices.
Ek het gemerk dat hy beserings aan hom het.
I noticed that he's got injuries on him.
Sy linker oog was beseer,
His left eye was injured,
as ook sy linker knie en sy regtervoet.
as well as his left knee and his right foot.
Ek het hom nie uitgevra oor die beserings nie.
I did not ask him as to the injuries.
Ek het toe tesame met Speeder Sergeant Gumbi
In the company of Sergeant Gumbi
en Sergeant Joubert
and Sergeant Hubert,
het ons hom vervoer na Vredenburg Provinsiale Hospitaal.
we transported him to Friedenberg Provincial Hospital.
Daar aangekom het ons gewag vir Dr. Nel om hom te sien.
Upon our arrival there, we waited for Dr. Nell to attend to him.
Om presies 8:50 het ons ingegaan na Dr. Nel se spreekkamer.
Exactly 10 minutes before 9, we entered Dr. Nell's rooms of surgery.
Beide ek en Sergeant Gumbi het vir Jacqueline Apollos vergesel.
Both myself and Sergeant Gumbi accompanied Jacqueline Apollos.
En daar is die ondersoek in ons teenwoordigheid gedoen.
There and there, the examination was conducted in our presence.
Jacqueline Apollos het toe aan die dokter genoem dat sy voet seer is
Jacqueline Apollos then made mention to the doctor or told the doctor that his right foot was injured.
en hy is daarna gestuur na die ekstraal afdeling.
He was then sent to the X-ray division or section of the hospital.
As gevolg van bestraling risiko het ons nie ingegaan nie en buite gewag.
As a result of the X-ray, our presence, we waited outside. We did not get inside there.
Daarna is ons terug na Dr. Nel se spreekkamer.
After that, we returned back to Dr. Nell's rooms.
Daar het hy die J88 voltooi in my teenwoordigheid.
There and there, he filled in the J88 in my presence.
Ek het dit by hom ontvang
I received it from him.
en ek het toe vir Jacqueline Apollos saam met die ander twee lede weer terugvervoer na die seegrenseenheid.
Together with the two other members, we transported Jacqueline Apollos to the sea border offices.
En daar het ek hom oorhandig aan adjutant-offisier Meton.
There, I handed him over to Warrant Officer Muton.
En dit is my hele aandeel.
That is my complete role, my lord, or my complete participation, my lord.
When you first saw Mr. Apollos, did you have any conversations with him? Did you engage with him in the duration that he was in your company?
Toe jy Jacqueline Apollos vir die eerste keer gesien het jy gesprekke met hom gevoer, het jy 'n bietjie gesels met hom aangeknop, onderwyl hy in die teenwoordigheid gewees het.
Julle agbare, ons het maar net in die algemeen gesels. Ek het glad nie die inhoud van die saak met hom bespreek nie.
My lord, we just talked in general. I did not discuss the content of the matter at all with him.
Can you describe to the court how you were seated in the vehicle?
Kan jy asseblief vir ons verduidelik hoe het julle in die voertuig gesit het, hoe het julle in die voertuig gesit?
Julle agbare, Sergeant Joubert was die bestuurder van die voertuig.
My lord, Sergeant Hubert was the driver of this vehicle.
Speeder Sergeant Gumbi het links voorgesit.
Detective Sergeant Gumbi sat right, left.
Ek myself het regs agter gesit
Myself sat in the back, right hand side.
en Jacqueline Apollos het links agter gesit.
And Jacqueline Apollos sat on the left hand side.
Whilst Mr. Apollos was being transported, was he in handcuffs or leg cuffs?
Terwyl meneer Apollos onderweg gewees het, was sy hand geboei, was sy voete geboei.
Ek kan nie meer onthou nie, julle agbare.
I can no longer remember, my lord.
What would be the norm if a person has been arrested and is in custody? Would he be handcuffed at least?
Wat is 'n norm indien 'n individu aangekeer is en hierdie individu is in aanhouding, sal daardie betrokkene met handboeie vasgemaak word?
Dit sal die normale prosedure wees, edelagbare.
That will be the normal procedure, my lord.
And when Mr. Pollis was being examined by Dr. Nell, you say you were in the room?
En tijdens het onderzoek door Dr. Nell zei Iverhof, ik was in zijn kamer.
Dit is reg, edelagbare.
That is correct, my lord.
Do you recall what report Mr. Pollis made to Dr. Nell?
Onthou u nog wat de verslag, wat het aan meneer Pollis aan Dr. Nell so oorgedra het?
Hy het in my teenwoordigheid genoem dat sy linkerknie beseer is.
He mentioned in my presence that his left knee was injured,
As ook sy regtervoet.
as well as the right foot.
En Dr. Nell het die observasie gemaak dat sy linker oog beseer is.
Dr. Nell noticed or observed that his the right eye was also injured, left eye.
Do you recall if Mr. Pollis made any report to Dr. Nell as to how he sustained those injuries?
Onthou u nog of meneer Pollis aan Dr. Nell so oorgedra het is hoe hy daardie beserings opgedoen het?
Daar was geen so rapport in my teenwoordigheid gemaak nie.
No such report was made in my presence.
What happened to the form J88 that was filled out by Dr. Nell?
Wat het toe van daardie vorm die 88 wat deur Dr. Nell ingevul is, wat het daarvan geword?
Ek het dit aan kaptein Lombard oorhandig.
I handed it over to Captain Lombard.
When was that?
Wanneer was dit? Wat is stadium?
Dit was op dieselfde dag, 5 Maart, na ons terugkeer van die hospitaal af.
On the same day, the 5th of March, upon our return from the hospital.
Were you aware who the officer was that was going to be taking the confession?
Was die bewus gewees van die beampte wat aangewys is om daardie bekentenis te bekom?
Nee, edelagbare, ek dra nie kennis nie.
No, my lord, I was not aware.
Were you responsible for transporting Mr. Pollis after the document of the statement was made?
Was die verantwoordelikheid vir sy vervoer nadat die verklaring bekom is?
Nee, edelagbare, ek het hom aan adjutant-offisier Maton oorhandig.
No, my lord, I handed him over to Warrant Officer Maton.
And that was the last that you had any dealing with this matter, is that correct?
En dit was die laaste toe die enige betrokkenheid in die saak so gehad het.
Dit is reg so, edelagbare.
That is correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Aronson.
May I please go, my lord? Warrant officer, I might have heard incorrectly. Your surname is spelled S-C-H-M-I-D-L-I-N or L-A-N?
L-I-N, your worship.
And it's misspelled on the witness list. I read it A-N and the witness confirmed, but I saw on the exhibit AA that it had an I.
That's what I'm mentioning.
As well as page 3 of 26 on exhibit double K. The name also appears there.
Yes, I'm only mentioning it because...
So for the record, it will be Schmidlan.
Yes, correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Arabson.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidlan, you made an affidavit regarding this escort that you provided for accused one, Mr. Apollos, on the same day, 5 March 2024. You recall that?
Op diezelfde dag, 5 Maart 2024, het hy 'n verklaring afgelê rakende hierdie vergesel van meneer Apollos onthou u nog dit?
Dis reg, edele agbare.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Just want to, if my learned colleague can present a copy of your affidavit to you. I just want to refer you to, although I'm not going to ask.
Maybe if you give the A number to them, it'll assist.
827, my lord. I don't want to hand it up. There's no point in handing it
Yeah,
up.
that's fine. Can you just show the witness a copy?
My instructions are from Mr. Apollos. I appear on behalf of Mr. Apollos, accused one.
Ek verdedig meneer Apollos, beskrif nommer 1 en hy sê vir my,
His instructions to me are that when he went into Dr. Nell's rooms, that he was accompanied by 3 policemen.
hy sê vir my dat die tyd toe hy Dr. Nell sy spreekkamer ingegaan het, is hy deur 3 beamptes vergesel.
Now, that makes sense to me, and I'm putting to you that it was indeed all 3 of you that accompanied him to Dr. Nell's rooms.
Dit maak sin aan my dat inderdaad hy is wel deur al 3 van julle na Dr. Nell se spreekkamer toe vergesel.
Edele agbare, ek het in my verklaring genoem dat die 3 van ons het ingegaan na die spreekkamer.
My lord, it's written in my statement that the 3 of us entered the rooms.
Yes, so my client, Mr. Apollos, is correct then.
Derhalwe, my cliënt meneer Apollos is dan reg so, is dan korrek.
Edele agbare, wanneer ek praat van 3, praat ek van my, Sergeant Gumbi en meneer Apollos.
Meneer, edele, my lord, the 3 that I'm referring to is myself, Sergeant Kumbi, and Vino. Is it there?
Mr. Apollos.
Meneer Apollos.
You see, Warrant Officer, now that suggests that there were only 2 policemen with him in the doctor's room. Have a look at paragraph 3.
Adjutant officier, dit beteken dat is net 2 beamptes wat aan die spreekkamer ingegaan het. Kyk asseblief na paragraaf 3
of your statement.
Van die eetsverklaring.
It says, we arrived at Fredericksburg Provincial Hospital at 8:50. There we waited at the car until Dr. Nell requested that the person be brought to his office. And then your next sentence says, there we all accompanied Jacqueline while the doctor examined him. So you might have forgotten, but I'm stating it to you, putting it to you that you all 3 went into the doctor's rooms.
Je mag het altijd vergeten, maar ik stel het aan u dat al 3 van jullie, van u, het die dokterse spreekkamer ingegaan.
Edele agbare, sover my geheue strek, het Sergeant Joubert buite gewag.
My lord, as far as I can remember, Sergeant Joubert waited outside.
Wanneer ek verklaar het dat ons al 3 meneer Apollos vergesel het, het ek bedoel dat ons al 3 hom vergesel het na die spreekkamer.
By saying that all 3 of us accompanied Mr. Apollos, I mean to say that all 3 of us accompanied him to the doctor's room.
Maar Sergeant Joubert het buite die spreekkamer gewag.
But Sergeant Joubert waited outside the room.
Omdat, soos ek dit kan onthou, was die spreekkamer baie klein en daar was nie plek vir so baie mense nie.
As I can remember it, the doctor's room were very small there was no space for all three of us or for many people.
I noticed that you gave evidence and said that you can't recall that Mr. Pollis gave any reason, or that the doctor asked the reason or how the injuries were sustained. Is that correct with your evidence that you gave?
Is dit reg sodat meneer Pollis vir die dokter so gesê dat hy onthou nie hoe dit hy beserings opgedoen het nie?
Dit is reg, so edelagbare.
That is correct, my lord.
No, you will not have in front of you exhibit AA.
Voor ek is bewysstuk AA.
But on page 2, the doctor wrote the patient got injured while being arrested.
Bladsy 2 staan daar die patiënt dan
I don't think the witness has the exhibit in front of him.
Tydens sy arrestasie het hy daar die beserings opgedoen. Dit die dokter aangemeld in die vorm. En hier 88.
Page 2.
Bladsy 2.
It's under heading 5, bottom of the page.
Ek sien die dokter se handtekening voor my, edelagbare.
I see the doctor's notes in front of me, my lord.
You can see it says that patient got injured while being arrested. You see that?
Dit staan daarop dat patiënt beserings opgedoen het tydens arrestasie. Sien jy dit?
Ek sien dit, edelagbare.
I see that, my lord.
So that is what, it's all that the doctor then wrote there. I want you to just go in general. Start from the beginning.
Kom ek vra vir jou oor algemeen. Ons begin by die begin.
Just want to get the following on the record. You arrived at Seaborder offices.
Ek wil net die volgende op rekord kry. Die dag by die Seaborder kantore op.
Dis reg, so edelagbare.
Correct, my lord.
On the 5th of March 2024.
Dit is die 5de Maart 2024.
And you were transported in a vehicle, and I see you wrote Polo Vivo.
Die is in 'n Polo Vivo aangedrewe.
You confirm that?
Bevestig jy dit?
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
Correct, my lord.
When you arrived there at Seaborder, can you recall? I know it's a year, it's more than a year ago.
Ek weet dit sal reeds meer as 'n jaar in die verlede. Onthou jy nog? Dit is die aankoms by die Seaborder.
Ek kan redelik goed onthou wat daardie dag gebeur het, edelagbare.
I can reasonably remember well what has happened the day in question, my lord.
How did you get hold of Mr. Pollis? Did officers bring him to you?
Hoe het hy in aanraking gekom met meneer Pollis? Hoe het hy by hom uitgekom? Het die beamptes vir hom na u toe gebring?
Dit is korrek, edelagbare.
Dat is correct, my lord.
How many brought him? 1, 2, how many?
Hoeveel beamptes vir hom na u toe gebring? 1, 2, hoeveel?
Ek kan nie dit beantwoord, edelagbare. Ek het nie in my verklaring aangeteken nie.
I cannot remember that, my lord. Dit is dit nie in die verklaring aangeteken nie. Wat sê jy?
I know this is, as you said, it's a long time ago, but you say you remember this day clearly. On that day, your vehicle is parked.
Ek weet, ek het al reeds gesê dat dit is 'n lekker tydjie gelede.
Yeah.
Die vervoer is geparkeer.
You have Gumbi and Ube with you.
Die Gumbi en wie nog by u?
Ube.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
Correct, my lord.
Can you recall seeing other officers outside there where you parked?
Onthou u of u enige ander beamptes gewaar het waar u geparkeer het?
Daar was baie ander beamptes buite gewees.
There were a lot of other officers outside, my lord.
Thank you. And then the examination took place You got back in the car and you brought him back to Seaborder, correct?
Dankie. Ondersoek geskied. En neem hom terug na die Seaborder toe.
Dis korrek, edelagbare.
Korrek, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. I have no more questions.
Any re-examinations?
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, warrant officer. You may be excused.
Dankie, dan officer, jy mag me verskoon word. Of jy is verskoon?
Yeah.
Yes, my lord, I did see him enter the building.
Yes, you may call the next witness. Thank you, warrant officer. You may be excused. Did you get the message through to Captain Seekwe?
Indeed, my lord. Fortain.
You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full name to the court.
David Johannes Fortain?
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Nee.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is yes, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Fortain. You may be seated.
Dankie, edele.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortain has not made a statement in this matter. Sergeant Fortain, would your preference be to testify in English or Afrikaans?
Afrikaans, edele.
I prefer Afrikaans, my lord.
Please tell the Honourable Court for how many years have you been in the service?
Sê asseblief vir die hof, hoe lank is u in diens?
Ek het 20 jaar diens in die polisie, edele.
About 20 years of experience of service in the police service, my lord.
You hold the rank of sergeant currently.
U bekleed die rang van 'n sergeant heidaglik.
Dis korrek, edele.
Korrek, my lord.
With which unit are you attached?
En wat eenheid is u verbonde?
Ek is verbonde aan die Organised Crime Unit, die Anti-Kidnapping Unit, edele.
An organized crime unit, the anti-kidnapping unit, my lord.
Is it further correct that part of that unit includes Captain Lombard, Sergeant Johnson, Sergeant Sangozi? Is that correct?
Is dit verder korrek dat daar deel van daardie eenheid sluit in Kaptein Lombard, San Johnson en Sangozi regso?
Dis korrek, edele.
Dat is korrek, my lord.
And yourself.
En u.
Dis korrek, edele.
Now, for the purposes of this inquiry,
Nou vir die doeleindes van hierdie navraag of ondersoek,
I'm going to limit your evidence to what had transpired on the 4th of March 2024.
ek beperk u deelname net op wat op die 4de Maart gebeur het. Ek het dit daar op Expressos toe, op die gebeurte van hierdie betrokke dag.
The 4th of March leading into the morning of the 5th.
Die 4de Maart aan tot met die oggend van die 5de, né? Ons het ons daar op toespits.
Ek verstaan, edele.
I understand, my lord.
Also note, Sergeant, we are all writing, so please take it very slowly for us. Can you tell us, on the 4th of March, when you arrived in Saldanha, what time was it and where did you come to?
Dis dan neem asseblief kennis dat ons skryf alles neer wat u skryf, ons maak aantekeninge. Vertel vir ons hoe laat het die in Saldanha aangedoen?
Edele, ons het omtrent 7:30 hier by hierdie saal by mekaar gekom, edele?
My Lord, we arrived on at about 7:30 in the same hall, my Lord,
where we are currently sitting.
where we currently, daar waar die hof sit, net hier waar die hof sit.
Korrek, edele.
Correct, my Lord.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
U verwys na ons, wie is dit ons waarna u verwys?
Edele, dit was 'n klomp verskillende eenhede.
My Lord, it was a lot of different units.
Daar was meer as 300 personeel gewees vir daardie dag, edele.
There were more than 300 personnel the day in question, my Lord.
Die eenhede sluit in ons anti-kidnapping eenheid.
The units include our anti-kidnapping unit, my Lord.
Verskillende gespesialiseerde eenhede, edele.
Different specialized units, my Lord.
Stad Kaapstad se wetstoepassing, edele.
City of Cape Town law enforcement, my Lord.
En dan ook eenhede soos LCRC en K9, die honde-eenheid, edele.
As well as LCRC, as well as K9, the dog unit, my Lord.
Daar was nog ander eenhede ook, edele.
There were other units as well, my Lord.
Did that include local stations from surrounding areas?
Sluit dit nou dan plaaslike stasies in die omliggende gebiede ook in?
Korrek, edele.
Correct, my Lord.
Yes.
Ons het 'n groot parade gehad, edele, en hier was 'n briefing session gedoen, edele.
We had a big parade, my Lord. There was a briefing that also took place, my Lord.
Ons is toe inverdeel in verskillende groepe, edele.
We were then divided into different groups, my Lord.
Die doel vir hierdie operasie was om die area agter Diasville en Middelpos te gaan deursoek.
The aim of that operation, my Lord, was to go to the area behind Diasville and conduct a search behind Diasville, my Lord.
And Middelpos.
In Middelbos, thank you.
Die area sou strek van die huise tot by die duine en die grondpad bo op die bult by die
The area will start from behind the houses as far as the dunes and the dunes
grondpad.
and the gravel road.
Ek en kaptein Lombard was in dieselfde groep verdeel, edele.
Myself and Captain Lombard form part of the same group, my Lord.
Toe ons by die plek kom wat ons deursoek, het kaptein Lombard ons groep verdeel in twee kleiner groepe, edele.
Upon our arrival at the place where we had to conduct the search, my Lord, Captain Lombard divided us into two smaller groups, my Lord.
Kaptein Lombard gevra dat ek leiding neem met die een groepie, edele, vir ingeval daar enige leiderrade opduik, edele.
Captain Lombard requested that I be the leader of the group in which I was in case any clues came up, my Lord.
Ons twee groepe het die gedeelte langs mekaar het ons gedeursoek, edele, so ons was altyd na mekaar gewees, edele.
The two groups of us were close to each other, and then we were at all given times close to each other where we were busy conducting the search, my Lord.
Die deursoeking het die hele dag geduur, edele, en ons het eers hier by 4 uur se kant het ons teruggekom
The
na die saal, edele.
search took place for the whole day, my Lord, until we stopped at around about 4 o'clock the afternoon, my Lord.
Ons het hier by die saal weer bymekaar gekom, edele.
Once again, we came together here at the hall, my lord.
Ek is toe met my voertuig, as ek toe om na die seabode kantoor hier, edele.
Again, driven in my vehicle, I proceeded to the sea border offices, my lord.
En ek het daar aangekom so voor 5 edele.
And arrived there just before 4, say.
No.
For
5,
five.
thank you. Just before 5, I arrived there, thank you.
Yes.
Die edele, ek was ingelig deur uniformlede dat Stefano, beskuldigde nommer 2, reeds in die boardroom was, edele.
My lord, I was informed by the members of the uniform members that Stefano van Rijn was already in the office, my lord.
Ek was ook ingelig dat beskuldigde 1 en 3 ook by perseel was, die edele, maar ek het hulle nie op daardie tyd gesien, die edele.
I was also informed that accused number 1 and 3 are also on the premises, my lord. However, I did not see them at the time, my lord.
Yes.
Ek is toe op na die boardroom toe waar ek vir meneer Van Rijn, beskuldigde nommer 2 in die boardroom aantref, edele.
I then proceeded up to the boardroom, my lord, upon which I met accused number 2, meneer Van Rijn, my lord.
Ek is toe net uit vir 'n wyle toilet toe, edele, en toe ek terugkom,
I then shortly went to the bathroom, my lord, and then upon my return,
ek het vir kaptein Lombard in die kamer gekry met beskuldigde 1 en beskuldigde 2, edele.
I found Captain Lombard in the company of accused number 1 and 2, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het instruksie gegee dat daar interviews gehou moet word met beskuldigde 1 en 2, edele.
Captain Lombard made an instruction, gave an instruction that interviews had to be conducted with accused number 1 and 2, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het ook gevra dat ek moet leiding neem van die onderhoude, edele.
Captain Lombard also requested that I take the lead of those interviews, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het verder gesê dat die onderhoude nie moet begin nie.
Captain Lombard further said that the interviews mustn't start.
Hy het gesê dat daar 'n persoon is by FCS kantore met die naam van Owen.
He said at the FCS offices there's a person by the name Owen.
Hierdie persoon het beweer dat die inligting net oor Joshlin Smith, edele.
This person alleges that he's got information in connection with Joshlin.
Kaptein Lombard het aangedui dat hy eers daardie inligting wil bekom en opvolg voor ons met die onderhoude begin, edele.
Captain Lombard indicated that he wants to gain that information and follow it up before we commence with the interviews, my lord.
Die edele, ek was in die teenwoordigheid van City of Cape Town Law Enforcement lede.
My lord, in the presence of the City of Cape Town Law Enforcement members,
my collega's Susan Haywood en Susan Sangmosi,
my colleagues Susan Haywood and Susan Sangmosi,
en dan ook lede van Crime Intelligence, edele.
as well as members of the crime intelligence, my lord.
Those officials from law enforcement, what are their names?
Die beamptes van die wetstoepassing, wat is hulle name?
Eerder, die wat ek kan onthou is,
My Lord, those that I can remember,
is Officer Nigel Kelly,
Officer Nigel Kelly,
Officer Justin Hector,
Officer Justin Hector,
Officer Ricardo Hector,
Officer Ricardo Hector,
en dan 'n lid wat ek net ken as Max eerder.
and then a member that I know is Max, my Lord.
Were all these officials in the boardroom?
Was allemaal hierdie beamptes in die raadsaal? Allemaal in die raadsaal.
Op daardie stadium was van hulle binne, ek kan nie onthou wie nie, en van hulle buite op die stoep gestaan
At
hier.
that stage, some of them inside, my Lord, and some of them on the stoep outside, my Lord.
As far as accused numbers 1 and 2 were concerned, where were they in this boardroom?
So ver as betrokke nummer 1 en 2 aanbetref, waar precies is hulle toe in die raadsaal?
Hulle het op stoele gesit eerder.
Seated on chairs, my Lord.
Can you describe what this boardroom looks like inside?
Beskryf asseblief aan of die uitleg van hierdie raadsaal, die binnekant van hierdie raadsaal.
Eerder daar's 'n aantal stoele en ek dink daar's 2 of 3 tafels eerder.
My Lord, a number of chairs, I think there's 2 to 3 tables, my Lord.
When you first saw accused 1 and 2, were they in handcuffs or leg cuffs at all?
Toe u vir die eerste keer sien hulle hand geboei, hulle voete geboei en wat ook al?
Nee eerder.
No, my Lord.
Please proceed, Sergeant.
Gaan asseblief voort, Sergeant.
Kaptein Lombard is toe af na die FCS kantore toe eerder.
Kaptein Lombard went down to the FGS officers, my Lord.
Ek is toe weer terug in die boardroom eerder.
I then returned back to the boardroom, my Lord.
Ek het toe small talk gemaak met beskuldigde 1 en 2 eerder.
I then had a light conversation with accused number 1 and 2, my Lord.
What was the nature of that small talk?
Wat was die aard van hierdie ligte gesprekkie, Sergeant?
Ek sou vra waar hulle bly eerder.
I would have asked them as to where they residing.
Of hulle mekaar ken eerder.
Or whether or not do they know each other. My Lord.
En hoe dikwels hulle in mekaar se geselskap is eerder.
And how regular are they in each other's company?
Eerder meeste of gedurende hierdie tyd
My Lord, most of the time or during this period,
sou ons as lede ook buite staan eerder en rook.
we as members will now and then stand outside and smoke, my Lord,
En gesels eerder.
and have conversations, my Lord, or talk to each other, my Lord.
Op daardie stadium het ons net gewag vir kaptein Lombard om vir ons die verdere instruksies te gee eerder.
At that stage, we were just waiting for Captain Lombard to give us further instructions, my Lord.
In the time that you were outside of the boardroom, could you see accused 1 and 2?
In die tyd wat u aan die buitekant van die raadsaal gewees het, was u nog in 'n stadium om hulle te sien, nommer 1 en 2?
Dis reg eerder?
That is correct, my Lord.
How is that possible?
Hoe is dit moontlik?
Die deure van die kantore is almal glasdeure eerder.
The doors of the offices are all glass doors, my Lord.
Proceed.
Gaan voort, assistant.
Ongeveer 10 uur
At about 10 o'clock,
het kaptein Lombard teruggekom.
Captain Lombard returned back.
Hy het vir ons in kennis gestel dat hy niks positief by die woning gekry is wat Owen geïdentifiseer het in hom eerle.
He informed us that nothing positive came up from this particular resident that Owen had pointed out, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het aangedui dat die onderhoude kan begin eerle.
Captain Lombard indicated that those interviews can proceed, my lord.
Officer Nigel Kelly,
Officer Nigel Kelly,
Ricardo Hector
Ricardo Hector,
en Sergeant Sangnosi was saam met Stefano, beskuldigde nommer 2 gewees eerle in
as
'n
well
kantoor.
as Susan Sangozi were busy with accused number 2, my lord, or were with accused number 2, my lord.
Hulle het hom omgevat na 'n kantoor net langs die gang by Seaborder, so
They took him around to the office just next to the passage at Sea Border, my lord.
ons beskuldigde 1 en 2 geskuif het van mekaar af eerlik.
We separated them from each other. We separated accused number 2 from number 1, my lord.
Beskuldigde 1 het in die boardroom agtergebly eerlik.
Accused number 1 remained in the boardroom, my lord.
Hy was in die teenwoordigheid van Sergeant Haywood,
In the company of Sergeant Haywood,
beampte Justin Hector
Officer Justin Hector,
en die lid wat ek ken as Max eerlik.
and this member whom I know as Max, my lord.
Daar was ook nog C-lede betrokke gewees eerlik, maar hulle het nie konstant in die kantore gebly nie
And there
eerlik.
were also C members, my lord. However, they were not throughout inside the office, my lord. CI members, yes, CI members, my lord. However, they were not constantly.
I take it CI refers to crime intelligence because you told us earlier you were crime intelligence.
Korrek eerlik. Eerlik, ek is eers na die kantoor waar beskuldigde 2 gewees het eerlik.
My lord, first of all, I proceeded to the office where accused number 2 was kept, my lord.
Ek het hom gevra of hy enigiets weet van die verdwyning van Joshlin Smith eerlik.
Or ask him whether or not he knows anything as to the disappearance of Joshlin, my lord.
Can you just pause? Were you involved in the investigation before that night?
Was hy betrokke by die ondersoek alvorens hierdie aand?
Dis korrek eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
And what did you have at your disposal
En
Eerlik,
wat het hy
before
gehad
this interview started?
tot die beskikking alvorens hierdie onderhoude gevoer gewees het?
eerlik op die Sondag die 3de
My lord, Sunday the 3rd,
het kaptein Lombard gevra dat die 3 beskuldigdes ingebring moet word vir onderhoude eerlik.
Captain Lombard made a request that the 3 accused must be brought in for interviews, my lord.
Want daar was verskille in hulle weergawe van wat gebeur het op die 19de eerlik.
Because there were different versions of what would have happened on the 19th, my lord.
van daardie verskille edele is dat
From those,
We'll get there in a moment.
edele.
I just want to get context before we start with any questions posed to the accused.
Verstaan edele.
So we know it's common cause that at that stage, be it on the 3rd and the 4th, it was still a missing persons inquiry.
Dis korrek edele.
correct, my lord?
And there was a file, an inquiry file, with certain statements in it.
Korrek edele.
Correct, my lord?
We also know that that file would have included statements of both accused 1 and 2, as well as accused 3, statement of Laurentia Lombard, and then some of the police officials. And I'm putting it in the sequence, and then on the 29th, a statement from Mr. Van Rijn.
Korrek edele.
Correct, my lord?
We also know, which is common cause, that there was an interview on the 25th of February between Captain Lombard and accused 1 and 3.
Korrek edele.
Correct, my lord?
So the question I have is, what was at your disposal before these interviews of the night of the 4th started?
Edele kaptein Lombard het van die informasie gedeel saam met my wat in die verklarings bevat is edele.
My lord, Captain Lombard shared the content of the statements with me, my lord.
And when did this briefing take place?
Dit was op die Sondag gewees edele.
The Sunday, my lord.
Excuse me.
So now we can go back to the night, the Monday evening. Unless, of course, Ms. Herman, you've got to fill in more gaps there.
I
I just want to get the sequence.
certainly,
Right.
my lord, whilst we at that point, my lord, perhaps the witness can tell us what those discrepancies were.
Edele,
My lord,
beskuldigde nommer 1 het aangedui
accused number 1 indicated
dat hy was 2 uur by sy huis gewees edele.
that at 2 o'clock he was at his house, my lord.
Hy het aangedui dat hy gesien het dat Joshlin Smith loop weg edele van die huis af.
He informed us that he saw that Joshlin Smith walked away from home.
Just one moment. It's not what he informed them on that evening. We're now dealing with the discrepancies in the prior statements. Just so that, if I understand the evidence correctly.
Edele, die informasie wat ek gehad het is dat hy het gesê dat hy by die huis was en dis die laaste wat hy vir Joshlin gesien het.
My lord, the information that I had, that he said that he was at home and that was last he saw Joshlin.
I'm asking the question because it seems to me there was a misunderstanding. Remember, Mr. Yankees was not part of this trial before. So it's not what he told you. Then he told other people before that evening. The stuff you're now discussing.
Korrek edele.
Correct, my lord.
Hy het ook nêrens genoem van beskuldigde 2 wat by sy woning was nie edele.
No way could he mention as to accused number 2 whom would have been at his house, my lord.
Beskuldigde 2 het gesê dat hy, of die informasie wat ek het is dat beskuldigde 2 aangedui het dat hy daar was edele.
Accused number 2 said, or the information that I have, is that accused number 2 said that he was there, my lord.
Beskuldigde 2 het ook genoem dat hy nie een van beskuldigde 3 se kinders gesien het by die huis nie,
He
eerlik.
also mentioned the fact that he did not see not a single child of the 3 children of accused at home. Accused number 3 that were at home, my lord.
Volgens Captain Lombard het beskuldigde 3 gesê dat sy so 10 voor 2 van die werk afgekom het, eerlik.
According to Captain Lombard, accused number 3 would have said that she left their workplace at about 10 minutes before.
Sy het 10 voor 2 by die huis gekom,
Or
eerlik.
she arrived 10 minutes before 2 at home, my lord.
Sy het ook aangedui dat beskuldigde 1 nie by die huis was nie, eerlik.
She also said that accused number 1 was not at home, my lord.
Sy het aangedui dat sy vir haar ander 2 kinders gevra het, waar is Joshlin nie, eerlik.
She said she asked the other 2 children as to Joshlin's whereabouts, my lord.
Eerlik, ons het ook geweet dat die seun van beskuldigde 3
My lord, we also knew that accused number 3's son,
ongeveer 2 uur na sy peetpa broer Lou toe gegaan het, eerlik.
at about 3 o'clock, he went to his, about 2 o'clock, yeah, about 2 o'clock he went to his godfather, brother,
Lou.
Lou.
En dat hy ongeveer 6 uur terug huis toe gekom het, eerlik.
On about 6 o'clock he returned back home, my lord.
En dis die tyd toe sy ma vir hom vra, waar is Joshlin nie, eerlik.
And that is the time when his mother asked him, where is Joshlin, my lord?
Eerlik, wat ook uitgestaan het vir my en wat vir my baie vreemd was,
My lord, what also stood out for me, what was also strange to me, my lord,
is die feit dat mense van die gemeenskap wat die eerste keer direk na Joshlin verdwyn het,
is the fact that the people from the community who for the first time after Joshlin disappeared
genoem het dat hulle nie vir beskuldigde 1 en 2 gesien help by die soektog nie, eerlik.
mentioned the fact that they did not see accused number 1 helping with the search, my lord.
Accused number 1 and
1 and 2
2, eerlik.
assisting with the search, my lord.
Eerlik, gedurende die aand van die 4de,
My lord, during the night of the 4th,
na 11 uur, eerlik,
after 11 o'clock,
het ek in die kantoor gegaan by beskuldigde nommer 2, eerlik.
how entered the office together with accused number 2, my lord.
Proceed.
Ek het hom toe gevra of hy enigiets weet van die verdwyning van Joshlin Smith,
And
eerlik.
then ask him if there's anything that he knows as to the disappearance of Joshlin, my lord.
Ek het die vraag telke male aan hom gestel, eerlik,
I asked him this question repeatedly, my lord,
en hy het telke male vir my gesê, nee, hy
and he
weet niks nie.
repeatedly informed me, no, he knows nothing, my lord.
Eerlik, net voor ek begin het met die onderhoud, het ek hom
My
gevra
lord, just before I commenced with the interview, I asked him
of hy beserings het, eerlik.
whether or not he's got any injuries, my lord.
Hy het aangedui dat hy op sy elleboog en arm beserings het, edele.
On his elbow and his arm, he's got injuries, my lord.
Hy het ook genoem dat sy been seer is, edele.
He also mentioned that his leg was sore, my lord.
Ek het hom gevra hoe hy die beserings bekom het, edele.
I then asked him, how did he sustain those injuries, my lord?
Hy het aangedui dat die beserings opgedoen het toe hy van 'n vriend se bakkie afgeval het,
He
edele.
indicated that he sustained those injuries when he fell off the friend's bakkie, my lord.
Ek het hom gevra wanneer dit gebeur het en hy het gesê die naweek, edele.
I then asked him, when did that happen, my lord? And then he said, over the weekend, my lord.
Bedoeling die 2de en 3de Maart, edele.
Meaning the 2nd and the 3rd of March, my lord.
When you first saw accused number 1, Mr. Apollos, did you notice any injuries on him?
Toe ek vir meneer Apollos vir die eerste keer sien, het die enige beserings op hom opgemerk.
Ek het die edele.
I did, my lord.
Hy het rooi blou oog gehad, die edele.
Red, blue eye, my lord.
En dan skaafmerke op die linkerkant van sy gesig, edele.
And abrasions on the left-hand side of his face, my lord.
En hierdie beserings het ek gesien toe ek eerste vir meneer Apollos gesien het vroeër die dag, edele.
And those injuries are the injuries that I saw when I saw Mr. Apollos earlier the day, my lord.
When you saw him for the first time?
Dis korrek, edele.
For the first time, my lord.
Did you inquire about those injuries?
En ek navraag gehad rakende daardie beserings.
Ek het eers later toe ek begin het met my onderhoud eerder het ek hom gevra oor die
Only
beserings.
later, my lord, when I started with my interview, I ascertained as to those injuries, my lord.
When you say interview, you're referring your interview with accused number 1.
Korrek, edele.
Correct, my lord.
Okay, proceed. I moved you to accused number 1. You say you were busy with accused number 2 and he reported how he sustained injuries. What happened next?
Yes, edele. Edele, ons,
My lord,
ek het ook toe van die kantoor van beskuldigde 2 af na beweeg na beskuldigde 1 in die boardroom, edele.
I then left the office where accused number 2 was kept, my lord, and proceeded to the boardroom to accused number 1, my lord.
Ek het aan hom ook gevra of hy enigiets weet van die verdwyning van Joshlin.
I also asked him whether or not he knows anything that he knows as to the disappearance of Joshlin, my lord.
Hy het aangedui dat hy niks weet nie, edele.
He indicated that he knows nothing, my lord.
Edele, ek is toe weer terug om na beskuldigde 2 toe, edele.
My lord, I then once again went around to accused number 2, my lord.
Ek het hom weer gevra of hy enigiets weet, edele, van die verdwyning van Joshlin.
Once again, I asked him if is there anything that he knows about the disappearance of Joshlin, my lord.
Hy het aanhoudend gesê nee, hy weet niks, edele.
He continuously said he knows nothing, my lord.
Ek het aan hom genoem, edele, dat indien daar foul play is, edele,
I then told him that in case of any foul play, my lord, if there's any foul play,
is dit 'n baie ernstige saak, edele.
it is a very serious case, my lord.
En hy moet mooi dink voor hy vir ons enigiets vertel, eerlik.
He must think carefully before he tells us anything, my lord.
Ek het hom weer 'n paar keer gevra, eerlik.
Once again, I asked him several times, my lord.
En hy het toe aangedui dat ek vir beskuldigde nommer 3 moet vra, eerlik.
He then told me I must ask accused number 3, my lord.
When he referred to accused number 3, how did he refer to her?
Toe hy na nommer 3 verwys, hoe het hy na haar verwys?
As Kelly, eerlik.
As Kelly, my lord.
What did you do with this information?
Wat doen u toe met hierdie inligting?
Ek het hom eers gevra wat ek vir Kelly moet vra, eerlik.
I first asked him what must I ask Kelly, my lord. What is that I must ask Kelly?
Hy het dit gesê, vra vir Kelly.
He just said, ask Kelly.
Ek het hom toe gevra of beskuldigde nommer 1 sal weet waarvan ek praat as ek vir hom moet noem, dat hy sê, ek moet vir Kelly vra, eerlik.
I then asked him if accused number 1 will know if I ask him that he says that I must ask Kelly.
Sy antwoord aan my was gewees, Boeta weet, eerlik.
His answer to me was, Boeta knows, my lord.
Ek is toe om na beskuldigde nommer 1 toe, eerlik.
I then went around to accused number 1, my lord.
En ek het hom aan hom gestel dat beskuldigde 2 sê dat ek moet vir Kelly vra en dat hy weet, eerlik.
I then put it to him that accused number 2 said I must ask Kelly because Kelly knows, my lord.
No. I just want to get the content right. Just a moment. Did you say to him that accused number, the way I heard it, and I'm just going to check that I heard it correctly. You went to Boeta, accused number 1, you said to him, but accused 2 says, you must ask Kelly, and Boeta knows.
Correct was, eerlik. Correct, eerlik.
En dat Boeta weet, dat hy
Dat
weet.
Boeta weet, eerlik.
Yes, thank you.
Proceed.
Boeta het toe ook vir my gesê, ons moet vir Kelly vra, eerlik.
Boeta then also told me that we must ask Kelly, my lord.
Ek het toe uitgegaan en ek het 'n lid wat op die gras gestaan het voor die kantore afgestuur na FCS om vir kaptein Lombard te roep, eerlik.
I then went to the outside and asked me, a member that was standing on the lawn to go down to FCS to go and call Captain Lombard, my lord.
Ons het toe kaptein Lombard toe opgekom na die tydjie en ons is toe in by die 2 verskillende kantore, eerlik.
And after a while, Captain Lombard arrived and then we went to the
Different officers.
to different offices, thank you.
Waar kaptein Lombard aan hulle gevra het
Where Captain Lombard asked them
of dit waar is wat ek met die kaptein gedeel het.
whether or not is the truth that what I would have told him.
I take it then when Captain Lombard had come up, you shared with him what you had just learned.
Korrek, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
What was their response, or who did you go to first?
Ons het gegaan na beskuldigde 2 toe eers, eerlik.
We first went to accused number 2, my lord.
En met beskuldigde nommer 1 ook die beide aan kaptein Lombard confirm wat ek vir kaptein Lombard gesê het eerlik.
So first to number 2, did you then go to number 1 as well?
Correct eerlik.
Yes, from number 2 and then to number 1, and both of them confirm what I've just told Captain Lombard, my lord.
Ek en kaptein Lombard het op buite gestaan op die stoepie eerlik.
Myself and Captain Lombard stood outside in the veranda, my lord.
Are they still in separate offices?
Correct eerlik.
That's correct, my lord. They were still in separate offices, my lord.
Ons het nog gesels buite en ons het 'n strategie uitgewerk eerlik.
We then had a conversation outside, my lord, and then we worked out a strategy, my lord.
Die strategie is dat ek tussen die twee kantore moet bly eerlik.
The strategy was this, that I could remain between the two offices, my lord.
Ek sou dan na Stefano toe gaan eerlik.
I'll then proceed to Stefano, my lord.
En vir hom vra wat sou gebeur as Boeta en Kelly saam sal staan teen hom eerlik.
And ask him what would happen in case both Boeta and Kelly stands against him or turn against him.
Ek sal dan teruggaan na Boeta toe met die informasie indien ek enige informasie kry van Stefano af eerlik.
I'll then return back to Boeta with the information in case I got any information from Stefano, my lord.
En dan sal ek daardie informasie aan Boeta ook stel eerlik.
And then I'll put the same information to Boeta as well, my lord.
Ek is toe in na Stefano se kantoor toe eerlik.
I then entered Stefano's office, my lord.
Omdat hy reeds gesê het ons moet vir Kelly vra eerlik.
Because he had already said we must ask Kelly, my lord.
Het ek op daai moment van ingelig van sy konstitusionele regte eerlik.
I immediately informed him as to his constitutional rights, my lord.
Now, firstly, you've described what the boardroom at Seawater looks like. Can you describe what this office looks like?
Eerlik, daar was een tafel in gewees.
My lord, there was one table inside.
Daar was 'n verskeidenheid stoele in gewees eerlik.
Several chairs, my lord, or different chairs, my lord.
En ek het ook 'n counter gesien eerlik.
I also saw a counter, my lord.
Where was accused number 2 in this room?
Hy het agter die tafel op 'n stoel in die verste punt van die kantoor gesit.
He was seated behind on the chair, behind the table, on the far corner of the room, my lord.
What time would you say this was when you went to confront
Dit
accused number 2?
Dit was voor 11 gewees eerlik.
What else? After 11, my lord. Before 11. Before 11, thank you.
And when you say you informed him of his constitutional rights, what were those rights?
Dat hy die reg om stil te bly
He's got a right to remain silent, my lord.
Enigiets wat hy sê kan teen hom gebruik word in 'n hof, eerlik.
Anything he says might be used against him in the court of law, my lord.
Hy het die reg om te konsulteer en 'n prokureur aan te stel, eerlik.
He's got the right to consult and appoint an attorney, my lord.
Indien nie 'n prokureur kan bekostig nie, kan hy aansoek doen vir 'n regsprokureur, eerlik.
If he can afford an attorney, my lord, he can apply with legal aid for an attorney, my lord.
Ek het hom verduidelik
I also explained to him
dat 'n regsprokureur 'n prokureur is wat die staat verniet vir jou gee indien jy kwalifiseer, eerlik.
that a legal aid lawyer of an attorney is the attorney that legal aid provides to you in case you cannot afford or when you qualify.
En ek het hom ook genoem dat hy kan homself verteenwoordig in hierdie saak, eerlik.
I also inform him that he can defend himself in this matter, my lord.
In what language? In what language did you communicate with him?
Afrikaans het hy met hom gepraat. Afrikaans, my lord.
Yes, proceed.
Hy het aangedui dat hy verstaan, eerlik,
He indicated that he understands, my lord,
en dat hy nie op daardie stadium 'n prokureur soek nie, eerlik.
and that he did not need any attorney at that stage, my lord.
Proceed.
Ek het toe aan hom gevra
I then asked him,
wat ek vir Kelly moet vra, eerlik.
what must I ask Kelly?
Hy het vir 'n hele paar keer net gesê, vra vir Kelly, vra vir Kelly.
For several times he just said, ask Kelly, ask Kelly.
Ek het toe aan hom genoem dat Joshlin 'n onskuldige kind is, eerlik.
I then mentioned to him that Joshlin is an innocent child, my lord.
En dat ons grootste en primaire doelwit is om vir Joshlin terug te kry, eerlik.
That our main goal is to get Joshlin.
Ek het toe gevra, is daar enigiets anders wat jy vir my kan sê
I then asked him, is there anything else that would like to tell me
aangaande die verdwyning van Joshlin, eerlik.
in connection with the disappearance of Joshlin?
Hy het toe aan my genoem dat daar 'n vrou in die plakkers kan bly met die naam van Makalima, eerlik.
He then mentioned to me that there's a woman residing in a squatter camp by the name Makalima, my lord.
Hy het gesê dat Makalima weet ook wat met die kind gebeur het, eerlik.
He said Makalima also knows what happened to the child, my lord.
En hy het gesê dat ons vir Kelly en Makalima moet vra, eerlik.
He said you must ask Kelly and Makalima, my lord.
Ek is toe uit by die kantoor, eerlik.
I then went out of the office, my lord.
Ek het toe weer iemand gevra wat buite gestaan het om vir kaptein Lombard by die FCS kantore te gaan roep, eerlik.
Once again, I asked somebody who was standing outside to go to the FCS offices to go and call Captain Lombard, my lord.
Ek is tussentyd toe om na Boeta se kantoor toe, na die bodem toe, eerlik.
In the meantime, I went to put her to the boardroom, my lord.
Ik heb aan Boeta gevraagd dat of hij een persoon met de naam van Makalima kan edelen.
Or ask Buddha whether or not he knows a person by the name Makalima, my lord.
Ik heb dadelijk opgelet dat de uitdrukking op zijn gezicht veranderde edelen.
I immediately noticed that the facial experiences on his face changes, my lord.
Expression.
Facial expression on his face changed immediately. I noticed that.
What do you mean by that?
Wat probeer je te zeggen?
Hij heeft zo'n persoon dat bekommerd is voorgekomen edelen.
He appears as though he was worried, my lord.
Ik noem toe aan hom dat Stefano de naam Makalima genoemd het edele.
I then mentioned to him that Stefano made mention of the name Makalima, my lord.
Hij heeft toen gezegd, ja, hij kent die naam edele.
He then said, yes, he knows this name, my lord.
Hij heeft ook gezegd dat zij ook in die plakkers kan blijven, dat hij weet waar ze blij edele.
He also said that she loves Swatacam. He knows where she loves, my lord.
Bij daardie tijd heeft kapitein Lombard in die kantoor gekomen edele.
At that stage, Captain Lombard arrived at the office, my lord.
Ik heb uitgegaan en ik heb kapitein Lombard in kennis gesteld van wat ik gehoord heb bij die twee, bij Boeta en bij Stefano edele.
I went to the outside. I informed Captain Lombard as to what I've heard from the two, Buddha and Stefano, my lord.
Was that the first time that you've heard reference to Makalima?
Correct edele.
Correct, my lord.
And the first person that mentioned that was accused number 2.
Correct edele.
Correct, my lord.
Proceed.
Edele, ik moet ook net noem dat ik het vir beskuldigde nummer 1 ook ingelig van sy constitutionele regte edele.
My lord, I need to mention also that I also inform accused number 1 as to his constitutional rights, my lord.
Before
That's-
or after this
Dat is net voor ek,
Makalima discussion?
dat is net voor ek gesê het van Makalima edele.
Just before I mentioned Makalima, my lord.
So dit was basis toe ek inkom by die kantoor en eerste kontak maak met hom edele.
So it was basically as I entered the office, the very first contact with him, my lord.
Good. Miss Harriman,
My lord.
I'm going to take a short adjournment. It's 5 to 12 now. I'm going to take the adjournment till 10 past 12. Then we'll go on. How long do you think the evidence in chief will take?
My lord, I would think another hour.
Another hour? I'm going to take the adjournment till 12:15. Let's make it 10 past 12. And then we'll see how far we get by 1 o'clock with the evidence in chief. If we close to the end, I might want to push through, take short adjournments, and complete the evidence in chief. So if we sit through lunch and we complete the evidence in chief by 2 o'clock, then we'll break for the day. It is just that I'm going up to my chambers now to medicate. So that I'm going to try and push through for as long as I can today, so that I can get medication and be fresh tomorrow morning. but I want to finish the evidence in chief. I'll stick it out, even if I have to adjourn briefly and go and medicate and come back.
Certainly, my lord.
So until 12, then we will resume. But this is a sensible time to break. Court adjourned.
in a squatter camp, my lord.
Hy het aangedui dat dit korrek is dat ons vir Makalima en Kelly moet vra, U Edele.
He also said that it's correct. We must ask Kelly and Makalima, my lord.
Ek het toe uitgegaan toe kaptein Lombard daar aankom by die kantoor, U Edele.
When Captain Lombard arrived at the office, I went to the outside, my lord.
Ek het al die informasie gedeel met kaptein Lombard, U Edele.
I shared all the information with Captain Lombard, my lord.
Ons is toe in by beskuldigde nommer 2 se kantoor, U Edele.
We then entered accused number 2's office, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het toe dadelik sy regte aan hom verduidelik, U Edele.
Captain Lombard informed him of his rights immediately, my lord.
En vir hom gevra om te vertel wat hy vir my vertel het, U Edele.
And asked him to tell him what he would have told me, my lord.
Beskuldigde 2 het toe gesê dat ons moet vir Kelly en vir Makalima vra oor die verdwyning van Joshlin Smith, U Edele.
Accused number 2 also said that we must ask Kelly as to the disappearance of Joshlin, my lord.
Kelly and
Kelly and Makalima, thank you, Kelly and Makalima.
Kaptein Lombard het gevra waar bly Makalima, U Edele?
Captain Lombard asked, where does Makalima live?
Hy het aangedui dat dit in die plakkerskamp is, U Edele.
He said in the squatter camp, my lord.
Ons is toe om na beskuldigde nommer 1 toe, U Edele.
We then went around to accused number 1, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het sy regte ook aan hom verduidelik, U Edele.
Captain Lombard explained his rights to him also, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het hom ook gevra wat kan hy vir ons vertel van Makalima, U Edele?
Captain Lombard asked him also, what can he tell us about Makalima, my lord?
Hy het toe gesê dat kaptein Lombard dat ons moet vir Makalima en vir Kelly vra oor die verdwyning van Joshlin, U Edele.
He then said, Captain Lombard and us must ask Kelly and Makalima about his disappearance, my lord.
Kaptein Lombard het hom gevra waar bly Makalima, U Edele?
Captain Lombard asked him, where does Makalima live?
Hy het toe verduidelik as ons met die hoofpad uit Deeswil uit na Middelpost toe ry, U Edele.
He then explained, as we drive or proceed with the main road to on the way to Deeswil, my lord.
To Middelpost.
To Middelpost.
Van Deeswil na
From
Middelpost.
Deeswil to Middelpost. Thank you.
Dan moet ons regs draai net voor Middelpost, U Edele.
And then we must turn the right. Just before Middelpost, we must turn the right, my lord.
Hy het genoem dat dit nog 'n teerpad is, U Edele.
He said it's a tar road, my lord.
En dan die eerste grondpad links moet ons vat, U Edele.
The first gravel road left, my lord. We must take.
En dan Makalima se woning of se hok sal op die linkerkant op die einde wees, U Edele.
Makalima's place or shack will be on the corner on the right hand side, my lord.
No.
Left hand side.
Just repeat that. Is it the last house or the one on the corner?
Die laaste huis op die linkerkant, die edele.
The last house on the left hand side, my lord.
So just for completeness, we were there with the inspection. So what you're explaining now, we actually saw all those points of interest, just for your information.
Okay, verstaan edele.
So in your testimony you might refer to certain points because we're aware of those points.
Verstaan edele.
And the way I recall it is if one goes up through Diasville, this road is called Dias Road, turn right into a street called Murray Street.
That's correct, yeah.
Murray Street eventually becomes Middle Laan. The last road that you're referring to is called Zola. And the first gravel road, if one turned down there, when we were there, it's a creamish property on the left with a nice clean garden with lawn, and there are aluminium windows in some of the structure.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Kaptein Lombard het vir my gesê dat ons moet dan na hierdie woning toe gaan, edele.
Captain Lombard told me then we must go to this property, my lord.
What time is it about now?
Dit was amper by 11 uur, edele.
Almost 11 o'clock, my lord.
Ons het toe uit die kantoor uit gegaan, edele.
We then went out to the office, my lord.
Daar was ander uniformlede gelos by die kantoor, edele.
There were other uniform members left in the office, my lord.
Die rede hoekom ons dadelik gestop het is omdat die kind al reeds 2 weke weg was, edele.
The reason why we immediately stopped by then, the child was already 2 weeks missing, my lord.
En dit was van kardinale belang dat ons alle inligting so gou as moontlik opvolg, edele.
It was very important that we follow every information, my lord. Follow up every information, my lord.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
Ons het toe onder by FCS se parkeerarea bymekaar gekom, edele.
We then came together at the FS parking area, my lord.
En a lot of us then, en 'n klomp van ons het toe gery Middelpos toe na die woning wat beskuldigde nommer 1 aan ons verduidelik het, edele.
And then a lot of us proceeded to the house that was explained to us by choose number 1, my lord.
Daar was 'n klomp voertuie, edele, omdat dit donker was in die plakkerskamp, vir ons eie veiligheid, edele.
There was a lot of vehicles, my lord, present, my lord, because it's dark. It's a squatter camp, my lord, for our safety,
Op hierdie stadium was ek nie by in die voorgrond gewees nie, edele. Op hierdie stadium was ek nie by in die voorgrond gewees nie, edele.
At this stage, my lord, I was not taking the leading position, my lord.
Maar ek was wel by perseel gewees, edele.
However, I was on the premises, my lord.
Ongeveer 3 uur.
Approximately 3 o'clock, my lord.
Het ons teruggekom by Seabode, edele.
We returned back to Seabode, my lord.
Why did it take so long?
Omdat die perseel was gedeursoek gewees, edele.
Because the premises were searched, my lord.
Terug by Seabode, edele.
Back at the Seabode, my lord.
Ek het gesien dat Makalima,
I noticed that Makalima,
haar man,
her husband,
en hulle kinders was ook daar gewees, edele.
as well as their children, were present there, my lord.
Ek het gesien dat Boeta uitgebring word uit die boardroom uit die edele.
I noticed that Buddha was brought out of the boardroom, my lord.
Hy was toe na 'n ander kantoor toe gevat, die edele.
He was then taken to another office, my lord.
Makalima was toe in die boardroom gesit, die edele.
Makalima was then taken into the boardroom, my lord.
Ek kan onthou dat ek daai tyd gestaan en rook het bintekant op die gras, die edele.
I remember at the time I stood outside and smoked on the lawn, my lord.
So ek kon meeste van die kantore se deure sien, die edele.
Therefore, I could see most of the offices' door, my lord.
Ek het toe gegaan na die boardroom toe, die edele.
I then proceeded to the boardroom, my lord.
En soos ek wou ingaan,
As I was about to enter,
het ek gesien dat kaptein Lombard en 2 African females, moontlik van crime intelligence,
I noticed that Captain Lombard, as well as 2 African officers, possibly from crime intelligence,
Female officer.
female officers,
in die boardroom was saam met Makalima, edele.
were together with Makalima in the boardroom, my lord.
Omdat ek gesien het hulle is klaar besig, edele,
Because I noticed that they were already busy, my lord.
het ek uitgegaan en buite op die gras gesit, edele.
I went to the outside and sat on the lawn, my lord.
Die rede daarvoor, die edele, was
The reason being, my lord,
dat ons het begin moeg, of ek het begin moeg raak, want ons is al van die oggend voor 8 af besig, edele.
we started getting busy, tired. I was tired because we started before 8 o'clock in the morning already, my lord.
This is now 8 the previous morning.
Korrek, edele. Eintlik voor 8, edele.
Before 8, actually before 8, my lord.
So ek het net soort van 'n breather gevat, edele.
Therefore, I took a kind of a breather, my lord.
Whilst you took that breather, I want to take you back to your evidence. When the Honourable Court asked why you only returned at 3 a.m., you said that you were busy at the premises searching, correct?
Ek het gesê die huis, die perseel was gedeursoek gewees hier.
I said the premises were searched, my lord.
I want to just establish, was LCRC there in the process of the search? Is that the reason why there was this lengthy delay?
Korrek, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
I heard earlier the reference to that type of operation is that the premises was processed.
Korrek, eerlik, met LCRC.
Correct, my lord.
To refer to Captain Lombard's evidence, so that means full scale everything.
Korrek, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
And what was the purpose of that? Or what was the main aim of that?
Eerlik, dit was gewees om enige leidrade te kry.
My lord, it was to get any clues, my lord,
Wat verband hou met die verdwyning van Joshlin Smith, eerlik?
in relation or in connection with the disappearance of Joshlin, my lord.
En dis hoekom die intense deursoeking, eerlik.
Hence this intensive search, my lord.
Very similar to what happened when Owen made this report about the whereabouts of Joshlin Smith.
Ek was nie op daai toneel gewees hier, eerlik.
I did
Maar
not
ek
attend that scene, my lord.
No, what I mean is it was the intention when
Correct.
it was when the information came from Owen, as it is now with Ms. Makalima, the intention, the purpose was to find Joshlin.
korrek, eerlik, dit was altyd ons intensie gewees, eerlik.
Correct, my lord. It always been our intention, my lord.
Very well. Now, once you took your breather on the grass, I assume you had a cigarette.
Korrek, eerlik.
Correct, my lord.
Proceed.
Na 'n tyd het Kaptein Lombard uit die kantoor uitgekom, eerlik.
After a while, Captain Lombard came out of the office, my lord.
Hy het af FCS toe gegaan, eerlik.
He proceeded to FCS, my lord.
Ons was toe ingelig om vir Boeta en vir Stefano af FCS kantore toe te bring, eerlik.
We were then informed to take Buddha and Stefano down to FCS offices, my lord.
Hulle het net voor my geloop, 'n paar tree voor my, eerlik.
They were just walking ahead of me, a few steps ahead of me, my lord.
Ek kon sien dat hulle nie handboeie aangehad het nie, eerlik, of enige voetboeie nie.
I could see that they had no handcuffs or foot cuffs, my lord.
Ek sou sê ek was so 3 tot 5 meter agter Boeta gewees,
I would
eerlik.
have said that I was 3 to 4 meters behind Buddha, my lord.
3 to 4, 3 to 5.
3 to 4, 3 to 5, 3 to 4, 3 to 5.
Stefano was omtrent dieselfde distansie van my af, maar hy was meer op my linkerkant gewees, eerlik.
Stefano, more or less the same distance, my lord, but more to my left hand side, my lord.
So ek het beide van hulle insig gehad, eerlik.
And therefore, I had both of them inside, my lord.
Toe ons, of toe Boeta naby die, of by die deur kom, toe hoor ek net,
As Buddha walked past the door, I heard, but only heard,
Kelly skree, Boeta, hoekom doen jy dit aan my?
Kelly shouted out to Puta, why are you doing that to me?
Ek Ek het nie vir Kelly insig gehad nie, maar ek het dadelik 'n stem herken, Edele.
I didn't have Kelly inside, but however, I immediately recognized her voice.
I didn't hear that. Just a moment. Can you just repeat that last? You didn't have an insight, but
Ek het daar nie insig gehad nie, maar ek kon haar stem herken, Edele.
But I recognized her voice.
Die rede hoekom ek haar stem herken is gevolg van social media, Edele.
The reason now I recognize her voice is as a result of the social media, my lord.
Puta se respons was?
Puta responded by saying,
Kelly, jy het dit mos gedoen, vertel vir die polisie die waarheid.
Kelly, indeed you did it. Tell the police the truth.
Kelly het op begin raas en skel, Edele.
Kelly started making noise and shouting.
Kaptein Lombard het instruksie gegee dat beskuldigde 1 en 2 in die voertuig gesit word wat daar in die parkeerarea gestaan het, Edele.
Lombard instructed that accused number 1 and 2 be placed in the vehicle that was parked at the parking area, my lord.
Accused 1 and 2.
1 and 2 be placed in the vehicle that was stationary at the parking area, my lord.
just one moment. Vehicle singular or voertuie?
Voertuie, Edele.
Or vehicles.
Ek het dit geïnterpreteer dat die beskuldigdes in verskillende voertuie gesit moet word, Edele.
I interpreted it to be that the accused had to be placed in into different vehicles, my lord.
Did you yourself see them being placed in different vehicles?
Ek het dit self gesien dat hulle in verskillende voertuie geplaas.
Nee, Edele, toe die opdrag gegee word, toe ek opgegaan na Seaborder Patrol toe, Edele.
No, my lord, when that instruction was made, I proceeded up to the sea border, my lord.
What happened further?
Edele, ek het nie weer met die beskuldigdes in aanraking gekom nie, Edele, vir die spesifieke oggend, Edele.
My lord, I had no further dealings with the accused this specific morning, my lord.
We are now on the 5th of March, right?
Korrek, Edele.
Correct, my lord.
Now, if I may take you back, Sergeant, to the best of your recollection, was Sergeant Johnson ever in the area where accused 1 and 2 were kept?
Nee, ek het nie vaak gesien daar, die edele.
No, my lord, I did not see her there, my lord.
So, as I have it, there are two distinct areas. The one's the FCS, and sea border is where this boardroom is.
Korrek, edele.
Correct, my lord.
Are they both on the same level?
Die seabode kantore is 'n bietjie hoër, edele.
The sea border bit higher, my lord.
En dan as jy afkom met die stoep, dan is daar trappies af na die parkeerarea
And
van
then you get
FCS.
down with the veranda, there are stairs to the parking area, my lord.
En dan is dit die FCS kantore onder die edele.
And then down there is the FCS offices, my lord.
Because I'm constantly hearing the term being used that up to the sea border offices. And we know that both buildings only have one level, a ground level, but it's elevated at a higher.
Korrek, edele.
Correct, my lord.
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Did Sergeant Johnson have anything to do with the accused 1 and 2 whilst you were present?
Nee, edele.
No, my lord.
Now, on this particular evening, and I'm starting at around 8 on the evening of the 4th of March, we know that Captain Lombard, by rank, is an officer, and you are a sergeant. What was the meaning behind deciding who was going to take the lead to investigate versus what Captain Lombard was doing, which was commuting between Brigadier Hanana? He was there, correct?
Korrek, edele.
Correct, my lord.
Now we know from Captain Lombard's evidence he was in between Brigadier Hanana making reports and then coming up to the sea border officers. What was the reasoning behind that? Behind the deciding who would be the lead interviewer?
Edele, ons werk in 'n groep as die kidnapping unit, edele.
My lord, is a kidnapping unit. We work as a group.
En elkeen het sy rol om te speel, edele.
And each one has got his or her role to play, my lord.
Gedurende hierdie insident, edele,
During this incident, my lord,
met die onderhoude,
with the interviews,
het Kaptein Lombard vir my geïdentifiseer om die lead te vat met die onderhoude, edele.
Captain Lombard identified me as a leader during the investigation, my lord.
No,
Interviews.
Interviews, thank you.
we must be precise with the wording, because I know from past experience in this case that for the next few days we're going to split hairs about a single word. So if you get tired, Mr. Yankees, do a swap. But because I know it's long sessions, but we need to be precise because these words are going to be, I'm going to be kept busy here
Yes, my lord.
on a single word. And the word interviews, interrogate, investigate must be used specific as they are mentioned. And I don't constantly want to refer back to my own notes during cross-examination later on in this case. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, I'm going to ask you, because I know the defense are going to do so, but I want to hear from you. In the time that you were conducting your interviews with both accused 1 and 2, did you participate in any assault of either one of them?
Nee, U Edele.
No, my lord.
For the duration of these interviews, did you witness any assault on either accused 1 and 2?
Nee, U Edele.
No, my lord.
We have heard through cross-examination of Captain Lombard that assaults on both accused 1 and 2 took place in the presence of each of the accused. And what was described is the following. They were made to sit on the ground, their knees brought up to their chest, their arms went around their knees, they were handcuffed. You following me so far, Sergeant?
Ja, ek volg U Edele.
Yes, I'm following, my lord.
A steel pipe was then inserted under the knees, and they were then, in accused number 1's case, he alleges that he was held up by 2 persons that were present in the room whilst these interviews were taking place, and he was repeatedly beaten over his head. A plastic bag was put over his head, and it was tightened.
Ek het geen van dit gesien, U Edele.
And I did not see any of that, my lord.
As so iets moes gebeur het, U Edele, sal ek definitief kennis gedra daarvan.
Had something like that had to take place, my lord, I would have definitely been aware of that, my lord.
If something like that had taken place in your presence, what would you have done about it?
U Edele, ek sal
My lord,
my plig is om dit dadelik te rapporteer
my duty is to report it immediately
aan my senior
to my senior.
wie op daai stadium kaptein Lombard was.
Who at the time was Captain Lombard at the time.
En dit sal ook my plig wees om dit te rapporteer aan hom omdat ek die senior lid was bo by die onderhoude.
It would have been also my duty to report it to him as a senior member during the interviews.
What we've been told as it applies to accused number 2 is the very same description that I've given you. It has been put to Captain Lombard that in his case those poles were placed over a chair and he was made to swing around whilst being beaten. Do you want me to repeat that, Mr. Yankees? It was put to Captain Lombard
Dit is aan Captain Lombard gestel
that as I've described to you about how accused number 1
soos wat ek aan u verduidelik hoe beskryf nommer 1
was made to be positioned, except for accused number 2, that pole was placed on a chair and he was swung around repeatedly whilst being beaten.
nie soos nommer 1 die daai Esterstaaf was oor stoele gedra. Hy was geswang daar en hy was herhaaldelijk aangerand.
Just before the witness answers, is there an objection?
Yes, my lord. Those were not my instructions. While he was hanging, his forehead will be pushed. The swinging was not in the manner in which my learned colleague is putting it before this court. He will swing once after some time. He was not swinging every time when he was being beaten.
He wasn't continuously swinging, but he was swinging around repeatedly.
On that point, my lord, he was not swinging over the road. He will swing backward and forward, and it was not continuous. That's what I want to correct.
Oh. That was not what was put to the witnesses. You get your opportunity in cross-examination to cross-examine this witness. Insofar as it relates to Mr. Apollos, he was swinging like this rocking boat at the playground, the fairs. It was put that accused number 2 was actually swung around. The objection is overruled.
Now, you want to answer?
Edele,
My lord,
ek het nooit dit gesien gebeur hier, Edele.
I did not see that at all, my lord.
En as dit moes gebeur het,
And it had yet to happen, my lord.
sou ek het gesien het vir die tyd wat ek daar was, Edele.
I would have seen it at the time when I was there, my lord.
We have also, or it has also been put to Captain Lombard that this assault on both accused 1 and 2 was, and in the words of counsel, for hours. That was what was put to Captain Lombard.
Onmoontlik, Edele.
Impossible, my lord.
Now, I think I put a lot of propositions.
Just a moment, there's an objection. That these assaults happened for a period of hours.
When I was leading you, I said that Brigadier Hanana was present. You confirm that, correct?
Volgens my kennis was hy by die FCS kantore, Edele.
To my knowledge, my lord, he was at the FCS offices, my lord.
Do you know where Ms. Makalima's husband and children were?
Edele, ek weet nie presies waar hulle was nie, maar hulle was nie bo by die boardroom in die kantoor wat ons gebruik het hier.
My lord, I don't know where they were, but they were not at the boardroom up there and the offices that we were using, my lord.
Do you know for the duration of these interviews where accused number 3 was?
Kelly, Edele.
Yes.
Edele, ek het vir haar nie bo gesien met die onderhoude nie.
My lord, I did not see her up there during the interviews.
Soos ek sê,
As I said,
toe ons vir Boeta en Stefano afvat,
as we were taking Boeta and Stefano down,
dit was so na 3 voor 4:30, sê 4:30.
it was about, say, 3:30.
Dis toe ek eers haar stem hoor, Edele.
And that's when I heard her voice for the first time, my lord.
For the duration that you were at this premises, if there were any screaming or crying from the sea border officers, that's the boardroom and the officers there, would someone be able to hear that at the FCS section?
Edele, dit is moeilik om te sê van bo af tot onder.
My lord, it's difficult to say from above there to down there.
Wat ek wel kan sê is dat ek het niks geskree gehoor nie, Edele.
What I can say that I did not hear any screaming, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. That's all I have for this witness.
Were any of the other officers, were they asking any questions of accused 1 and 2?
Edele, nie met die tye wat ek ingekom het, dan het ek self die vraag gevra, Edele.
No, my lord, not at the times when I entered, then I would pose the question by myself, my lord.
Mr. Arms, are you ready to start? It's 10 to 1. Now, if we take the adjournment for the customary long adjournment now, it might not be the best way of dealing with it, given my own position. So if you are ready to start the cross-examination, we can go on for another until 2 o'clock and then not take the long adjournment. We can take a short adjournment now, go until 2 o'clock and then adjourn for the day, so that the accused will still be here for consultation purposes this afternoon. And then I can get to the pharmacy to get some medication. I don't want to adjourn now for the day because I don't want to lose too much time.
I understand. I will start.
But I'm sure you can start, and because there's a lot that you would have known about. And yes, I also appreciate that defense counsel didn't have a statement from the witness.
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to also...
Can I just check something with the accused? Mr. Paulus, Mr. Van Rijn, Ms. Smith. If I go on longer, as ek langer aangaan en julle eet eers later, is dit in die haak met julle. Meneer Paulus, meneer Van Rijn. Mr. Paulus and Mr. Smith agreed without any reservations. Ms. Smith paused before she nodded. Good. I don't know whether it means something. I heard something this morning about pausing before you answer a question. Yes, thank you, Mr. Armsa. Anybody else that need to take their lunch break now? Any objections to me going this way? Nobody? Do you want to swap, Mr. Yankees? You've had a long stay. Let's see how far we get to a particular point, and then we'll take the adjournment for the day.
Thank you, ma'am. Sergeant Fortain, I appear on behalf of Apollo, accused one.
Sergeant Fortain, ek is verdediging beskuldig nommer 1 by die Apollos.
Verstaan eerlijk?
Understood, my lord.
I just want to get some clarity as to your involvement ever since the 19th of February 2024 in the missing child Joshlin Smith, maybe so. When did you become involved? On the 19th after that? I want to just get information from you.
Ik wil net informatie krijgen van u met die betrokkenis. Wanneer was u betrokken geweest? Van die 19e Februarie maand, jaar 2024. Ik wil net duidelijk krijgen, meneer, voor die verdwijning van die kind.
Vanaf die 2 Maart eerder, Sardag.
It was from the 2nd of March to 2nd.
My Lord, may I just request that the witness is a bit closer to the microphone. I'm failing to hear him, also through the evidence. So you only became involved in this from 2nd March?
U het net betrokken geraakt van die 2 Maart maand af.
Correct, eerder.
That's correct, my lord.
Obviously 2024.
Correct, eerder.
That's correct, my lord.
And you said that you were of the organized crime anti-kidnapping unit in which area?
He said that is van organized crime unit and anti-gang kidnapping, but the area is that?
Die hele Weskaap eerder.
The whole of the Western Cape, my lord.
That is separate from the serious and violent crimes unit.
That is no apart from the serious and violent unit.
Correct, eerder.
That's correct, my lord.
And where are your offices?
No pas u kantore.
29 Corporationstraat, Kaapstad eerder.
29 Corporation Street, Cape Town.
Is that anywhere near Barrack Street?
Is it now barracks well?
Correct, eerder.
That's correct.
Because that office in Cape Town, I think it's on the corner of Corporation Street and Barrack Street, is where the serious and violent crimes unit is. Is that the same offices?
Same offices, eerder.
It's the same offices, my lord.
Of ek kan sê dieselfde gebou eerder.
Or you can say the same building.
Then you would have obviously often have sight or even spoken to Sergeant Sikobi and, Constable Sikobi and Sergeant Johnson.
So the picture that
Wait.
Constable Sikobi.
Constable Sikobi. She based with him?
As far as I can remember, my lord.
No.
She not, then I'm mistaken.
She's based at FCS here locally.
Then I apologize about Sergeant Johnson.
Sergeant Johnson is part of the provincial team.
Yes.
But Constable Sikobi, remember, she's the one that works with Sergeant Molstein.
Yes, I remember now. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. I'm indebted to your lordship. So now, withdraw my words about Constable Sikobi, but you have obviously had contact or a lot of contact with Sergeant Johnson.
Ik zal mijn woorden onttrek van verband met Sergeant Sikobi, maar u was dan bij contact geweest of was in contact geweest met Johnson.
Ek is Sergeant Johnson, werk in dieselfde eenheid eerder.
Myself and Sergeant Johnson work in the same units, my lord.
So you, according to your evidence now, you say that you only became involved from the 2nd of March. That's 19, that's 10 days.
It was the Saturday that the minister was here.
Yeah.
Correct, eerder.
That's correct, my lord.
Who gave you instructions? Who pulled you in?
Wie heeft voor die instanties gegeven wanneer weet voor u betrekkelijk?
Kaptein Lombard.
Captain Lombard.
And was that when Captain Lombard said to you, I want you here in Saldanha on the 4th of March.
Is dit wanneer Kaptein Lombard gesê het hy wil vir u reën op die 4de Maart?
Eerder ek het die 2de Maart begin in Saldanha.
My Lord, I started the 2nd of March in Saldanha.
I just want to hear from you this planned interview for the 4th of March.
Ek wil van u voor die beplande onderhoud op die 4de Maart.
It sounded to me that you were brought or were here and in this hall for the search, and that there were search groups.
Dit klink soos u was hier by hierdie saal gewees. Daar was groepe gewees om die versoektog.
Correct, Eerder?
That's correct, my Lord.
Witness did answer, but my Lord, the question started about the planned interview, and then we went to... The witness was asked to confirm if he was here for the search.
Yeah,
So
that was the question. The preamble had nothing to do with the question.
Indeed,
The
my lord.
answer was planning going a different route and he changed tack. But the question is clear and the witness answered.
I simply want to clear up the preamble. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. So my question to you, Sergeant, is that the way I understand from you, on the 4th of March, you came here and you were here to take part in the search. Is that correct?
My vraag op wat u vir u verstaan is dat u was hier gewees op die 4de Maart, nee? En dit was vir die soektog. Is dit korrek so?
Onder andere ja, Eerder, maar ek was ook hier vir ondersoekwerk Eerder op hierdie spesifieke saak Eerder.
Regarding that, my Lord, I was here for other things as well, for the investigation as well.
Did you at that stage on the 4th, let's just stay on the 4th, or if you have had any information on the 2nd or the 3rd?
Laat ons maar bly so op die 4de Maart, of op die 4de nee, ek u informasie gehad op die 2de of die 3de.
Have you, on any of those days, had any knowledge of where accused 1, 2 and 3 were?
Op daai dae het nie geweet nie, waar was beskuldig om 2 en 3?
Nee, Eerder.
No, my Lord.
But you knew that they were just persons of interest, you knew they weren't accused.
U my geweet, daar was hulle was ook gesoek nie, of person of interest, waar ek nie by die Afrikaanse woord kom nie, gesoek was.
Soos ek ingelig was deur Kaptein Lombard Eerder.
As I was informed by Captain Lombard.
See, what's interesting, what I'm trying to get at is Captain Lombard's evidence was that
Sien u wat is interessant is dat dit is daar's getuienis van Kaptein Lombard wat sê
he had instructions, either he received or he gave instructions
Miskien het die instruksies gekry of die instruksies uitgegee.
and his words were like, ons uitvind waar hulle is, that's nou Boeta en Kelly, en hulle gaan optel.
It was that we have to find out where they are, that was Kelly, and that we have to pick them up.
Is that your information?
As the information at the end.
My Lord, that has to be put in context. It was Captain Lombard's evidence that that was much later after the search. It was conveyed, correct me if I'm wrong, I just want to take an instruction.
Maybe the word optel. wasn't necessarily used in that context.
Yes.
So I recall it inbring. But it's this witness evidence as well, that although they met here in this hall on the 4th, the request for the interviews, the instruction was already given to the team on the 3rd by Captain Lombard. So he gave them instructions on the 3rd that on the 4th they will re-interview the accused. Now, if you want to look at who now became the accused, at that stage they were merely witnesses or persons of interest. In context it was the discussion he had with Brigadier Hanana. So remember this splitting of the hairs of whose instruction it was. Was it Hanana's instruction or his? This officer receives his instructions from Lombard. So then it becomes his instruction.
As a president.
So the words of this witness was also not picked up but brought in.
Indeed.
But it's of no moment. It's of no moment whether they were picked up or brought in. There was a need to interview them, and that instruction went out on the 3rd, it seems.
Correct, my lord. The witnesses already agreed.
Correct, Eerle.
That's correct, my lord.
Let's not confuse the issues. Mr. Armse, you may proceed.
Thank you. You see, Sergeant Fortain, I'm not trying to split hairs. I'm just trying to find out, since you only became involved on the 2nd of March, how much information you had, where it came from, in relation to accused 1, 2, and 3.
Ik weet van u af nee, je betreft geraakt met die maar nee. Veel informatie heb ik gekregen en van waar die informatie gekregen verband met beschuldiging 1.
Alle informatie.
1, 2, en 3.
1, 2 en 3.
Alle informatie wat ik gekregen heb van kapitein Lombard afgekregen, Eerle.
All the information I had, my lord, I received that information from Captain Lombard.
The official information.
Official information.
Correct, Eerle.
Yes, my lord.
Now, did you have any other information that did not come through Captain Lombard on the official channels?
Heb u die andere informatie gehad wat niet van Captain Lombard gekomen vanaf Captain Lombard gekomen wat ambtelijk is?
And I'll explain to you why I'm asking the question.
Ik ga het dan even verduidelijken hoekom sê ek so.
Because remember you told us that you didn't see Kelly early morning of the 5th. You heard the voice.
Je moet onthou, je het gesê, je het nie vir Kelly gesien in die vroege van die 5 dat jy net die stem gehoor.
Correct,
But you
Eerle.
recognized that voice from social media.
Maar je daar die stem erken van social media.
Correct, Eerle.
That's correct, my lord.
So if you had any further information but for the information imparted by Captain Lombard and it came from social media, what did you have?
As die informatie gehad het, nie behalwe die informatie wat van Captain Lombard afgekom het en wat as jy miskien alle informatie gehad wat van social media gekom het, wat die informatie het jy gehad?
Eerle, die informatie op social media of die video's wat ek gesien het,
My lord, the information from social media or the videos that I saw,
is net dat meneer Keita McKenzie betrokken was.
It's just that Mr. Gaten Mackenzie was involved.
En dan ook die concert wat Temple Boys gehou het eerder.
And the concert that was also held by the Temple Boys.
Waar mevrou Smith gedans het eerder.
Where Mrs. Smith was dancing.
Informasie wat ek gekry het uit die gemeenskap uit die eerder.
Information that I got or received from the community, my lord.
Gedurende die tweede of die derde eerder.
During the second or the third, my lord.
Was van gemeenskaplede wat dadelik na die verdwyning met Kelly gesoek het vir Joshlin eerder.
There was some of the community members immediately after the disappearance of the child, my lord. They went searching with Kelly.
En die informasie aangaande Boeta en Stefano wat nie
and the information regarding Buddha and Stefano
wat nie saamgesoek het eerder.
they did not search with.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. I think that gives us a bit more context.
Yes, my lord, thank you. Sergeant Fortain, so now I'm going to ask you, actually put to you, you have then, with all this information that you've gathered from Captain Lombard, from the media, from the community,
Een al die informasie gehad, wat die informasie gekry van Captain Lombard, van die gemeenskap, van die media.
you have obviously also heard of a person called Ayanda.
En die het ook gehoor van 'n persoon genoem Ayanda.
Korrek eerder?
That's correct, my lord.
Then you would also know that Ayanda was Makalima's sister. Makalima was Ayanda's sister.
Jy sal ook weet ook gehoor dat Makalima is Ayanda's sister.
Mr. Hansen, is that confirmed? Is it confirmed that she is in fact the sister?
My lord, it is.
There's a lot of suggestions to that effect.
There's a lot of reference to that, yes.
Yeah, but is it confirmed on the evidence before me? Because I can't recall, and I was on the weekend when I was going through my notes, just looking at Lombard's evidence. I couldn't find anything, unless I've missed it, where she confirms that Makalima was the sister. There was the reference to the brothers of Ayanda.
Yes, yes.
And I know it was loosely used in the, maybe you should put it that the allegation is that she is the sister. Because I wanted to figure out if there is a reason on the evidence of Rens, after seeing the contents of the statements on Friday, do I find a reason in the evidence why she would not disclose that, the Makalima link? So I was trying to look through my notes as best I can, trying to decipher my handwriting.
Thank you, my lord. I will just rephrase the question slightly.
So, have you also heard this allegation that Makalima is allegedly the sister of Ayanda?
Het jy ook gehoor van die gasten dat die sogenaamde mevrou Makalima is Ayanda's sister?
Eerder, sover ek kan onthou, het ek net gehoor op TikTok dat hulle familie is van mekaar eerder.
My lord, as far as I can remember, I only heard on TikTok that they're family members or related to each other.
Maar ek het geen bewyse of enigiets dat hulle definitief familie is van mekaar eerder.
But my lord, I have no evidence or any proof that they're related to each other.
Now I'm going to go back to the question that Mr. Harms posed.
Nou, we gaan net terug na die vraag van meneer Harms vir u gevra het.
You heard about Ayanda, and what did you hear about Ayanda as part of the run-up to the 4th?
U het gehoor van Ayanda, nee, en wat het u gehoor van Ayanda toen in die 4de?
Edele officiële inligting tussen ons groep het ek niks van hom gehoor nie.
My lord, official information from our side in our group, I heard nothing about him.
Wel net TikTok sensation eerlik.
Only on TikTok sensation, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Harms.
Thank you, my lord. Sergeant Fortain, I don't want to go and open up a new can of worms, but you say that official information that you had, in other words, coming from Captain Lombard, you heard nothing about Ayanda.
Ek wil nou nie ander ding opmaak, die ander ding maak die meneer, maar u sê dat die amptelike informasie wat u gekry het van Captain Lombard af, jy het niks gehoor van Ayanda nie.
Edele op daardie punt, excuse tog, die 4de en die 5de.
My lord, on that point, on the 4th, about the 4th and the 5th,
het ek nie informasie oor Ayanda gekry nie, edele.
I did not receive or get information about Ayanda.
I take it, Mr. Harms, you mean about Ayanda's involvement in the disappearance of Joshlin? Because one can hear about a person, but insofar as it relates to the police, is that what you want to ask? Or do you just want to know whether you heard the name?
My lord, I just find it strange that when I say I don't want to open another can of worms, I find it strange that he says he hasn't any formal information about Ayanda, and there's a lot of evidence before this court about what happened to Ayanda, Kate McKenzie, and the fact that Ayanda was removed out of Cape Town. That's evidence before this court. And that it is allegedly police that moved Ayanda out of Cape Town to his brother for safety.
The investigation team?
Yes.
The investigation team? Was there any evidence that they were involved in it, the investigation team? Remember,
I'm not sure.
Remember Captain Lombard's evidence is that at one stage he found out that accused number 1 and accused number 3 were in one resort in Langebaan and Ayanda and Rens was in another. And the information he got, now when he got that information was never cleared up, was that was facilitated by the local authority, by the municipality.
The accommodation in Langebaan, yes.
Then there were threats on the life of Ayanda, and they were advised to go to leave Saldanha. Now remember, Rens also tells us about another incident. And that transport was facilitated by the police. That's the information.
Yes.
But there's nothing to suggest that the investigating team that got involved on the 2nd had any involvement with that. And the incident of Ayanda being taken, and now I'm going into the main trial evidence, because the incident when Ayanda was taken to the police station, that was on the 29th of February, because that's the day when accused number 2 made his statement, because they were brought there by members of the community, him and Ayanda. But maybe let's focus it a bit more.
See, Sergeant Fortain, I just wanted to get clarity as to, as you were asked, what information you had, because As I've suggested, and I'm saying it again to you, it is alleged that Ayanda and Makalima are family, that he's her brother, she is his sister. That's alleged. That's important. If you didn't know about that, I find it strange, but not. Nevertheless, on this day, the 4th of March, I understand now you are saying that you did not get any information from Captain Lombard, other than that you must be at sea border on the 4th afternoon. Is that correct?
Ik vind het baie snaaks dat u het geweet of gehoor so die sogenoemde mevrou Makalima en Ayanda as familie van mekaar of broer en suster. U sê dat die enige informasie wat u gekry van Kaptein Lombard is dat u moet by die seebode kantore wees.
Edele Kaptein Lombard het informasie aangaande beskuldigde 1, 2 en 3 met ons gedeel op die 3de die agtermiddag, edele.
Captain Lombard shared information with us about accused number 1, 2 and 3, my lord, in the afternoon.
Of the 3rd.
Of the 3rd month.
Op die 4de na die deursoeking het ons gekom by die salie, edele.
On the 4th, my lord, after the search.
Dis toe Kaptein Lombard gesê het ons gaan almal op seebode kantore toe en FCS kantore toe, edele.
And that's when Captain Lombard said that all of us, or we will be going to the sea border offices, my lord.
You might be aware of the fact that Brigadier Hanlana gave evidence as well, and he said that he was going to meet them, and he gave instructions to meet at sea border or FCS between 3 and 4 on the 4th, 3 and 4 the afternoon of the 4th of March 2024. You know about that?
Weet u van dat Kaptein Lanane het getuig en gesê of het instruksies gesê dat hy wil persien so tussen 3 en 4 uur sien daar by die seebode kantore, dat was op die 4de van Maart maand.
Edele, my instruksie van seebode het van Kaptein Lombard afgekom, edele.
My lord, my instructions about seebode, it came from Captain Lombard.
Yes, but Captain Anana, Brigadier Anana gave evidence 3 and 4, and then I asked him, Brigadier Anana, that Captain Lombard get there at that time because his evidence, Captain Lombard's evidence, was he only got there at 5 o'clock.
My lord, if I can just ask the declares to repeat again, please, my lord.
I apologize, I must keep it short.
That's one question at a time.
Yes, my lord.
And no preambles.
Brigadier, let me keep it short. Brigadier Hanana's evidence, be it FCS, sea border, between 3 and 4 on the 4th of March.
Brigadier Hanana het getuigens gesê dat hy nog daar wees tussen 3 en 4 uur wees, nee, by die seebode of FCS kantore op die 4de.
Captain Lombard's evidence is that he arrived there between almost 4 and 5.
Kaptein Lombard se getuienis of Kaptein Lombard sê hy het daar geregeer al 4 en tot sorry my lord, 4:30 tot so 5 uur se kant.
And your evidence is that you arrived at 5.
U se getuienis sê u het daar geregeer 5 uur.
Nee, edele, ek gesê tussen 4:30 en 5 uur.
No, my lord, I said between 4:30 and 5 o'clock.
I can't tell you what's right or wrong, Sergeant Fortain, but I wrote down here, met my voertuig ry ek na seaborder so 5 uur, 17 hours.
Just one moment. So they were in the same group. What do you say? What did he say?
His Afrikaans words were, my lord, met my voertuig ry ek na seaborder, and I've got so, I think he said 5 o'clock, I wrote down 1700.
No, he said before 5 o'clock. He said, after they searched, and they searched into adjacent areas, and they were always close to each other. At about 4 o'clock the afternoon, I'm paraphrasing from my notes.
Yes.
They came back here to this hall, yes. And he left from here with his vehicle to see border officers. around just before 5.
Thank you, my lord. Then I heard I missed the word just before.
My lord, was at that point the words that I said that I couldn't get to where the defense used the person of interest in Afrikaans as persoon van belang.
Right, so
But everybody uses the term person of interest in both English and Afrikaans in court parlance, so it's not fatal, but you're correct, it's a persoon van belang.
thank you, my lord. So now we've got it clear. You also say you arrived at Seaborder just before 5.
Hy sê ook dat hy daar by die Seaborder kantoor gearriveer so voor 5 uur.
Correct, Edele.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I like to look at things as if it's a movie. I want to see. I see you park there, you get out of your car, where are you going?
En wil kyk soos goed soos 'n fliek, nee. Jy het daar gearriveer en wat het dan gebeur of wat het dan even doen?
Ek het opgegaan na Seaborder se kantore toe, die boardroom ontsluitend Edele.
I went to the boardroom of the Seaborder my lord.
No, let's not go start the movie in the middle. Start the movie in the beginning.
Laat ons nie die movies van die middel begin nie, laat ons nou daar by die begin gaan.
Because just like Mr. Haram said, I also think in pictures.
Net soos meneer Aram sê, ek dink nou ook net van pictures.
But some people think in black and white and some people think in technicolor.
So ander mense dink net van in swart en wit en ander mense dink in kleur.
But it's important for the bigger picture for later in the evening that I know the defense might get to.
Dit is baie belangrik meneer, so later soos as die tyd gaan en waar ek weet waar toe gaan die verdediging.
So there's a lot of people here in this hall.
So daar's baie mense hier in die saal
Debriefing and going over what happened the day.
wat gesê en wat het gebeur tydens die
Am I right?
Is dit korrek?
Ek praat nou van na die deursoeking op die velde Edele.
I'm thinking about
At about 4-ish in the afternoon.
So
A lot of people here debriefing about the searches that happened the day and so forth.
Correct, Edele, was 'n klomp mense.
That's correct, there was a lot of people, my lord.
Captain Lombard told you the day before, his team.
Captain Lombard het vir u gesê nee, sy span het daarvoor.
Tomorrow we must try and we must have the 3 of them brought in so that we can re-interview them.
Dat môre ons met al 3 van hulle probeer in te kry sodat ons kan saam met hulle praat of onderhoud ons met hulle.
Correct, Edele.
That's correct, my lord.
So whilst you're here, he says to his team, including you, those that are still around, we're going to Seaborder now.
En terwyl julle hier is en van sy span wat hier was, het gesê hulle gaan nou na Seaborder kantore toe, Seaborder toe.
Correct, Edele.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you get in your car, you drive there.
Julle klim nou in julle voertuie, julle ry daan toe.
This place, the Seaborder and FCS, does it have a fence around it?
Hierdie plek FCS en Seaborder het 'n heining.
Correct, Edele.
That's correct, my lord.
And the gate to the place, is that controlled or not?
Die hek by daai plek word dit gekontroleer of nie?
Dis correct, Edele, remote control ek hier, Edele.
That's correct, my lord. It is a remote control gate.
Remote control.
Remote control. Now repeat, my lord.
So when you got there, did you have access to the gate or did somebody have to open the gate for you?
Toe u daar gekom het, kon u self die hek oopmaak of iemand het die hek oopgemaak vir u?
Edele, gewoonlik moet iemand die remote druk om die hek oop te maak, maar ek kan nie onthou of daai stadium of die hek oopgestaan het vir ons om in te kom hier, Edele.
Normally, my lord, a person will have a remote that will open the gate, my lord, but on that day I don't remember whether it was opened and we went in.
Now we've heard about crime intelligence members being there.
Ons het nog gehoor van crime intelligence, mense wat daar was,
The provincial detectives, your team,
die provincial detective en die se span,
City of Cape Town Law Enforcement,
City of Cape Town Law Enforcement,
and some other uniformed police officers on the scene as well.
en ander polisiebeamptes wat in uniform was.
Korrek eerlik.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you get there with your car,
So, u kom dan met u se voertuig,
you get to the gate.
u kom by die hek.
Now Mr. Harmse wants you to explain that scene.
So, meneer Harmse wil hê u moet daardie ding verduidelik, die scene verduidelik.
Okay, ek het ingegaan by die hek eerlik en ek het ondergeparkeer by FCS parkeerarea.
I got inside, my lord, and I parked at the bottom of the FCS area.
What car do you, sorry, what car do you drive?
Wat 'n voertuig ry u?
Volkswagen Polo eerlik.
'n Volkswagen Polo.
Witte, a white one.
Wat is dit een?
Right, sorry, carry on.
Ek het opgeloop na die Sea Border Control eenheid se kant toe eerlik.
I walked out to the Sea Border Control area, my lord.
Ek het vir beskuldigde 2 gesien in die boardroom in eerlik.
I saw accused number 2 in the boardroom, my lord.
Can I just stop there, Mr. Harmse? I'll ask you pointed questions. As you came in to park your car, did you see all this activity with other vehicles, marked and unmarked,
So sê ingegaan.
and officials hanging around?
So sê ingegaan het ek nie al die ander aktiwiteite gesien voertuie wat daar parkeer is, die ander lede was daar staan, so het jy dit gesien, opgelet?
Korrek eerlik, daar was ander beamptes en ander voertuie eerlik.
That's correct, there were other members in other cars, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Harmse.
Thank you, my lord. So you get out of your car and you go into the Sea Border offices to the boardroom.
Die het dan ingegaan na die Sea Border toe en na die boardroom toe.
You didn't go meet up or can see Brigadier Anana.
En jy het nie gegaan om Ms. Brigadier Anana te sien.
Eerlik, by ons het ons 'n chain of command eerlik.
My lord, by us we have a chain of command.
Brigadier Anana is die overall bevelvoerder.
Brigadier Hanana is the overall commander.
Hy sal instruksies gee aan kaptein Lombard
He will give instructions to Captain Lombard,
en kaptein Lombard sal die instruksies gee aan die span.
and Captain Lombard will give the instructions to the team.
Daar is geen rede vir my om saam met Brigadier Anana te praat op daardie stadium eerlik.
There was no reason for me at that stage or that time to speak with Brigadier Hanana.
Thank you. And when you arrived there, you didn't see Captain Lombard either.
En die tyd wat u dan gekom het, u het nie vir Kaptein Lombard ook gesien nie.
Nee eerlik.
No, my lord.
And you haven't been there before, or have you ever been there before?
En u was nie daar voorheen of was u daar voorheen?
That's not Sea Border.
By Sea Border.
Nee wat ek kan onthou nie eerlik.
Not that I can remember, my lord.
So how do you know where you should go? How do you know where's the boardroom, that there's a boardroom?
So, hoe het dan geweet waar moet u naartoe gaan en waar het u geweet waar is die boardroom?
Eerlik, die honde-eenheid is reg oorkant Sea Border.
My lord, the dog unit, it's right across Sea Border.
Ek het in 2004 tot 2006 gewerk in Saldanha en Vredenburg.
Kan u weer herhaal asseblief 2000?
Ek het van 2004 tot 2006 gewerk in Saldanha en Vredenburg.
From 2004 to 2006, my lord, I worked within Saldanha and Friedenberg.
So ek weet waar die honde-eenheid is.
So I know where the dog unit is.
En vir my was verduidelik geweest dat die Sea Border se net oorkant die honde-eenheid eerlik.
So it was explained to me that the Sea Border officers or the Sea Borders is just across or adjacent to the dog unit.
Yes.
Toe ek daar kom het ek gevra vir die uniformlede waar is Sea Border se kantore eerlik.
When I got there, I asked the uniform members where the Sea Border officers.
En hulle het vir my gewys dis bo in die hoek in Edele.
And they showed me said that they're on top in the corner.
Now back to my question. You said you went to Seaboard, you went to the boardroom. I want to know, did these same members tell you where the boardroom is and why did you ask for the boardroom? Where must you meet Captain Lombard, whoever?
En jy het gesê hierdie lede vir u getydelik waar is die Seaboard kantore is nie en bo by die hoek. So het hulle vir u verduidelik waar is die boardroom ook?
Nee, hulle het my nie verduidelik waar die boardroom is, hulle het my verduidelik waar die kantore is, Edele.
No, my lord, they did not explain or tell me where the boardroom is. They told me, explain to me where the offices are.
Ek het opgegaan en omdat dit glasvensters is, kon ek sien beskuldigde 2 sit binne in die boardroom, Edele.
I went up, my lord, and as I was going up, because there are glass doors, so I was able to see, or I could see where accused number 2 was seated.
Sergeant Fortain, your evidence were that when you got to Seaboard with your car, you were informed by uniformed members that accused 2, Stefano, was already there. That was your evidence. Now you're saying to us that you walked there? Sorry.
Sergeant het gesê, u het daarin gekom, of u het daarin gerefereer, die lede daar het vir u gesê, waar of beskuldiging toe sal wees daar, maar u sê nou dat?
Now you're telling us that you could see through the windows.
Nou sê op ons dat u kon sien deur die vensters,
That there is accused 1 and 2, is that what you say?
dat daar is beskuldiging nummer 1 en 2.
Sorry, my lord. As I have the note, the witness's evidence was, I was also informed that accused 1 and 3 also there on the premises. I did not see them. I proceeded to the boardroom. I saw accused 2 seated. I saw Lombard with accused 1 and 2. That is the note that I have. This witness's evidence was clear. He saw accused number 2 first.
He said he was informed by the uniform members that accused number 2 was already there and he was in the boardroom. That's my note. So Mr. Arams is correct.
That is correct, my lord. But now, Sergeant Fortain, you are telling us, when I asked you about the boardroom, where's the boardroom, how did you know where to go?
Ek vra nou vir Sergeant hoe het u geweet waar u moet toe gaan en hoe het geweet waar is die boardroom?
You referred in court here now to the glass windows and you could see, you said 1 and 2.
U het nou verduidelik van daar's glasdeure en u het nou gepraat van beskuldiging 1 en 2?
No. Said,
Did you not say that?
Said I could see where accused number 2 was seated.
Hy het gesê ek kon sien waar beskuldiging 2 gesit het.
Not 1 and 2.
Thank you, my lord. So now, on the one hand you say you were informed by uniformed members that Stefano was there.
Op die ander kant, u sê dat die uniformlede het vir u gesê waar Stefano gesit het of waar Stefano was.
But just now you said you could see Stefano through the glass windows.
Maar u sê nou dat u kon sien deur die glansdeur of vensters dat hy waar hy gesit het.
Let the witness answer.
Edele, dis korrek. Uniformlede het my gesê dat Stefano daar bo in die boardroom is, Edele.
It's correct, my lord, that the uniform members informed me and told me that Stefano is there upstairs in the boardroom.
Die boardroom van Seaboard met enige Edele.
The boardroom of the Seaboard unit.
Okay, let's move on. Then who informed you?
Sorry, my lord? You said that the witness wanted to say something?
I wasn't finished. Ek het nie klaar geantwoord, edele.
Okay, sorry.
Hulle het vir my gesê dat Stefano bo in die boardroom is, maar ek het vir hulle gevra waar is die seaboarder kantore?
They told me that Stefano is there in the seaboarder office in the boardroom, my lord, but then I asked them where is the seaboarder office.
Hulle het my verduidelik, as jy opgaan met die trappe, bo in die hoek in die edele,
They explained to me as you mount the stairs there in the corner.
ek het nie geweet watter vertrek die boardroom is nie, edele.
I did not know which side or which place it was, the boardroom, my lord.
Toe ek hom sien deur die glasdeur het ek geaanvaar dit is die boardroom waar hy gesit het, edele.
When I saw him through the glass door of windows, my lord, I took it that is where the boardroom was.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And when you saw accused 2, well, that stage, just Stefano,
Toe u vir beskuldig om my 2 sien, daai tyd Stefano
in the boardroom,
in die boardroom,
you're telling this court that there was nobody else with him, and in the sense that the accused 1 would have, wasn't there?
sê u nou dat vir ons dat beskuldig om my 1 voet was dit daar nie.
Soos ek getuig het, die edele, die eerste keer toe ek by die boardroom kom, het ek net vir beskuldigde 2 daar gesien. Ek het nie vir beskuldigde 1 gesien nie.
As I've testified, my lord, when I got up or when I got up there by the boardroom, I only saw accused number 2. I did not see accused number 1.
So when did you see accused 1 for the first time there at Seaboard?
So wanneer u dan vir beskuldigde 1 gesien vir die eerste keer by die seaboarder kantore?
Soos ek getuig het, die edele, ek het gekom by die boardroom vir beskuldigde 2 gesien.
As I testified, my lord, that I got there at the boardroom and I saw accused number 2.
Ek het toilet toe gegaan, die edele.
I went to the toilet, my lord.
Ek het teruggekom na die boardroom toe.
I went back to the boardroom.
En dus toe ek vir beskuldigde 1 en vir kaptein Lombard ook in die boardroom sien, die edele.
And that's when I saw accused number 1 and Captain Lombard in the boardroom.
You see, Sergeant Fortain, your evidence here earlier was after you told this court that you were informed by uniformed members that Stefano was already there, you told this court ook inligting gekry dat accused 1 and 3 ook op perseel was, maar hulle nie toe gesien nie. You said you heard that accused 1 and 3 were on the premises, but you didn't see them. Who told you that?
U het gesê dat u het gehoor dat beskuldigde nummer 1, 2 en 3 op hulle is op die perseel, maar u het nie vir gesien nie, u weet nie vir dit gesê.
Dis van die uniformlede wat daar gewees, die edele. Ek is nie seker of hulle van Pops is of van watter eenheid hulle is, die edele.
It's uniform members that were there, my lord, but I'm not sure whether from which unit are they from POPs or which unit.
What I find strange is that now accused 1 and 3 arrived there together. That's my instructions.
My instructies wat ek wil baie snaaks vind is dat my instructies is dat beskuldigde 1 en 3 hulle daar dieselfde tyd arriveer.
And although I can't put a definite time on it, it must have been around 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. They arrived or was collected at Wikis Bay Hotel.
Ek kan nie die eintlike tyd sê nie, maar hulle was geneem of was gevat van Wikis Bay Hotel.
You don't know about that?
Ek weet nie van dit nie.
Die edele, op daardie tyd het ek nie geweet Hoe beskuldigde 1, 2 en 3 dae gekom het nie?
My lord, at that stage, I did not know how accused number 1, 2, and 3 got there.
But now I'm telling you that accused one's instructions to me is that they arrived there around about lunchtime.
Maar ek sê dan ook vir u, my instructies is dat beskuldig nummer 1 sê dat hulle daar gereveer omtrent so lunchtime tyd, etenstyd.
And it was Sakoba, Constable Sakoba and I think Sergeant May.
Ek dink dit is Sergeant Sakoba and Sergeant May.
That picked him up at the Wikis Bay Hotel and took them to Seaborder.
Wat hulle opgetel het by Wikis Bay Hotel en van die Seaborder kantore toe geneem.
Eerlik, soos ek weer sê, ek weet nie hoe hulle daar gekom het nie. Die tyd, as dit 12 uur was ek besig op die soektog in Diasville eerlik.
My lord, I will repeat once again, I don't know how they got there. Around about 12 o'clock, I was busy with the search in Diasville area.
Yes, I accept that. I accept that. But what I find difficult is now, if you listen to what I'm stating, putting to you, that accused 1 and 3 were there before you got there.
Maar as ek nie kan luister wat ek nou even sê, is dat beskuldig by 1 en 3 hulle daar voor u daar gekom.
Accused 1 was taken to the boardroom.
Beskuldig by 1 was
Upon arrival, when they arrived there.
Upon arrival, yes.
by
So he
my,
was already taken up at about lunchtime to the boardroom. Is that what you're saying?
but eintlik dan
Because remember, he only arrived there later in the afternoon.
Yes.
Gets told by the uniformed members, but 1 and 3 are also on the premises. Says he didn't see it. Are you putting it to the witness that upon arrival at about lunchtime, accused number 1 was taken to the boardroom?
My lord, yes, that as well as by the time.
One statement
Yes.
at a time.
Yes. Yes.
So
He
by
was
the
taken.
time that he arrived, the accused number 1 must have been in the boardroom.
Indeed, my lord.
dat word dan ingestel dat die tyd wat daar as ek
Let the witness answer this question, then I'm going to take the adjournment.
Eerlik, ek glo die popsmem of die uniformlid wat daar gewees het, wat vir my gesê het Stefano is in die boardroom.
I believe that, my lord, the POP members, the uniform members that was there, when they told me that Stephanus was in the boardroom,
Sou vir my gesê dat Stefano en Boeta is in die boardroom as hulle albei op daai moment daar gewees het eerlik.
and I believe that they were going to tell me that Stephanus and Buddha is there in the boardroom if both of them were there.
Wat hulle net vir my gesê het is Stefano is in die boardroom en Boeta en Kelly is ook op die perseel eerlik.
And what they told me that Stephanus is in the boardroom and accused number 1 and 3 are also on the premises.
Okay. So, Mr. Arms, I'm going to take the adjournment now
Yes, my lord.
until tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you, my lord.
Accused number 1, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, you in custody at Malmesbury. Ms. Smith at Langebaan SABC. Sergeant, can you be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Definitief eerlik.
At a stretch.
Definitely not over here.
I don't want to hear anything about 11 o'clock again. This is not the magistrate's court.
Ek wil mens hoor weer van 11 uur, want as dit is, dat is ook of nie.
Verstaan eerlik.
Understood, my lord.
8:30 tomorrow morning. Warrant officer, in the event that counsel needs an opportunity to consult with the accused this afternoon before you leave, just liaise with him so that we utilize the time and not lose this afternoon, although we've made it up because we sat through lunchtime. So we've sat more than enough hours for the day. I need to go and raise my voice and take medication. Court will adjourn.